Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Now, Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Friday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salchunas. It's the Midday Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Friday before Super Bowl Sunday and the day after the NBA trade deadline. So as you can imagine, we have a lot of Sixers talk on the table today and a lot of Eagles talk on the table today in regards to the Super Bowl, the two teams that we will be watching on Sunday. And unfortunately, one of those teams is not the Philadelphia Eagles. It's funny. There's a lot of Eagles gear around the office today. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Ray's not rocking it. Ray's got, the nice jacket over top of the button-down shirt. He's all flashy. It's game day for Ray. I'm just rocking the Temple sweater. I'm not anti-Eagles gear. I saw a lot of it today, and I'm like, man, good for you guys for bouncing back. I'm still miserable and angry. And, last night I watched the first episode of Abbott Elementary. I didn't get a kick out of seeing Jalen Hurts and Jason Kelsey. I didn't get a kick out of it. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm still disappointed. I just they made me laugh a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. If you watch the show, you probably know what I'm talking about. I laughed a little bit, but I didn't get a kick out of it. I was like, yeah, this sucks that me being able to see Jalen Hurts on TV is because he's in an episode of Abbott Elementary, and it's not because he's about to play in Super Bowl 58. So that's my honest answer to how I feel right now about the Eagles. Now, before we get more into the Eagles, let me talk about the Sixers a little bit. So the trade deadline happened yesterday. The show yesterday from 10 to 2, the midday program, flew by, right? The first 2 hours were the fastest 2 hours, I think, of my life doing radio. Because it just seemed like one thing after another happened, and then all of a sudden, the Sixers get the trade for Buddy Hield. Then they're linked to all these different players. They make the move getting rid of Daniel House Jr. You're wondering, all right, what's next? What's next? We start to find out that it's probably because of the buyout. Now all of a sudden, we're reaching 12 o'clock, right? And then we sit there. We're going, all right, what is next? What is next? What is next? And unfortunately, what happened next leaves me confused. The beginning of the show, the beginning of the day, the trade deadline day, I was dancing, right? Buddy Hield, I thought, was a tremendous move. Especially because he's a guy that fits with Joel Embiid. I'm not asking Buddy Hield to step on the court and drop 30 a game until Joel Embiid comes back. No, the plan of getting Buddy Hield is to play him with Joel Embiid when he eventually comes back, hopefully comes back before the playoffs. And what did you give up? All right, you gave up Marcus Morris. I'm bummed out by that. I was legitimately upset when I saw Marcus Morris was a part of the deal. But Marcus Morris was a part of the deal not because the Sixers wanted to get rid of him. It's because it made the salaries work with Buddy Hield. So you move on from Marcus Morris to be able to get Buddy Hield. And if you were to ask me who's better for this team, Marcus Morris or Buddy Hield, the answer is Buddy Hield. No question about that. Furkan Korkmaz is in the deal. February 8th, 2024 will forever be the day that Furkan Korkmaz is no longer in the Philadelphia 76ers. I will celebrate that day. February 8th, 2025, I will pop a bottle of champagne in this studio as long as it's a weekday. You know what? Maybe I'll even come in. I'll sit in this chair where I'm at right now and celebrate it. You know what? The second it happens, we'll pop the bottle in celebration. And then they gave up 3 second-round picks. And I know everybody was upset about the second-round picks because when you first hear 3 second-round picks, you're thinking 2024, 2025. 2 of them are in 2029. All right, that's 5 years from now. I can't think about 5 years from now second-round picks at this given moment, okay? I'm thinking about a championship window. So the Buddy Hield trade, I'm all about. Daniel House Jr. moving on from him to open up salary to be able to get Kyle Lowry, all for it. Then the Patrick Beverley trade happened. And Ray and I talked about this. We were upset more so because of the attachment to Patrick Beverley. Cameron Payne is a better basketball player right now at their careers than Patrick Beverley. Patrick Beverley may be a better leader, maybe a better vibes guy, but what does vibes always get you? Well, Sometimes it could carry you somewhere, but I also saw a baseball team filled with vibes losing the World Series and losing the NLCS, right? It's not just about vibes. It's about a lot of other things. Cameron Payne is a better three-point shooter. Joel Embiid needs guys to hit threes. When Joel Embiid is off the court and Patrick Beverley is on the court and Patrick Beverley has an open three and is shooting 30%, that's not good enough. Yeah, is he a good defender? Absolutely. But this isn't Patrick Beverley at the age of 25. He's in his 30s now. So Cameron Payne coming in here to Philadelphia is actually a better fit for the Sixers. I can make the case that Patrick Beverley in Milwaukee is a better fit than him in Philadelphia. I think the trade actually benefits both teams. Rarely do you see that where both teams benefit from a trade. I think both teams benefited from that trade. Then the weird moment happened around 3 o'clock when Jaden Springer was traded to the Boston Celtics for a second-round pick. I don't run from it. I wasn't like thinking Jaden Springer was some big deal. One of the things that bothered me the most after the Sixers got eliminated by the Celtics was that people were saying build around Maxey Springer and Paul Reed. There's one name in that group of three that I'm building around. The other two I can do without any day. Jaden Springer and Paul Reed. However, the trade with Boston is a weird one, right? So you're trading a kid that you still have under contract next year, who's making next to nothing, who is a good defensive player. Look, he's not a three-point. He's not a shooter. He's not a good offensive player. Coming out of college, the breakdown of Jaden Springer was great athlete, good defender, decent ball handler, can't shoot. Can he translate into the NBA game? We'll see. He was very young when the Sixers drafted him. And remember, he was in the G League for a few years. Then he became a two-way player. Now he's up with the Sixers. So I'm not crying over Jaden Springer no longer being on the Sixers. I was just confused by the fact that they trade him for a second-round pick. Now, the second-round pick could be in their favor down the road when you make a trade for another player to benefit this team next season, in season, because we know how important second-round picks are when it comes to trades. So I guess that's Daryl Morey's thinking. Daryl Morey will have his press conference today at 4:45, so you'll be able to hear that during the best show ever. That's the one that I think I really need to get an answer for. Buddy Hield makes sense. Cameron Payne makes sense. Getting rid of Daniel House Jr. to get Kyle Lowry makes sense. The Jaden Springer one doesn't. Now, you can make the case, all right, well, you have Maxey, you have Lowry, you have Payne. Do you need Jaden Springer? Is he even going to play? You might as well get something for him. That's a strong case to be made, but at the same time, he's still under contract next year for cheap. So that one I still kind of question. Not losing sleep over it, just questioning it. And then, of course, there's the fear of the fact that he went to the Boston Celtics and watch he'll turn into, a superstar because he's with Boston. By the way, he's probably not going to play there. I don't see him getting any minutes with the Boston Celtics. The last time the Sixers made a trade with the Boston Celtics, who was that? He was the shooter from, I think, Washington. Everybody wanted him here in Philadelphia. I forget who it even was. And everybody was upset that they didn't draft this kid, or the Sixers drafted him, but then traded his rights to Boston, and he was going to be this three-point sniper, and he became nothing. I don't even think he's in the NBA anymore. So it's not like every trade with Boston hurts the Sixers, but I do understand the Jason Tatum situation because we are still watching Jason Tatum become one of the better players in the NBA, and what's the deal with Markelle Fultz? So my overall reaction to the NBA trade deadline, it started off great. It ended disappointing. And the biggest disappointment was the fact that the Sixers were unable to land Andre Drummond. My question for the Chicago Bulls is, are you guys just stupid? I really don't get the Chicago Bulls. You're not going to win anything. You're holding on to this big three for what? You're holding on to a backup center who's a free agent after the season for what? If you got a fifth-round pick and that round doesn't even exist in the NBA draft, at least you got something for a guy that's leaving you after the season. That one confused me. And it bummed me out because the Sixers desperately needed Andre Drummond, in my opinion, and I don't think they're going to be okay with Paul Reed and Mo Bamba as your centers. Now, of course, there's going to be guys that are available. I saw Robin Lopez became available. Who knows? The Sixers, I think, wanted him a couple of years ago, but the Magic wouldn't give him up for less than 2 first-round picks, which I'm not giving up 2 first-round picks for Robin Lopez. Now, that was a couple of years ago. So is Robin Lopez on the table? Spencer Dinwiddie, another guy that's now available. He's not having a good season whatsoever, so I'm not completely in love with that, but he's a guy that's available that the Sixers might be in on. The Sixers have 3 roster spots open right now, so they got to acquire 3 more players. They have to. They're not done yet. It's just not going to be the 3 players that you were probably hoping for when you saw that those roster spots were open. So I'd love to get your reaction to what the Sixers did on the trade deadline. And my follow-up question, not just to what they did, is where you're at with Daryl Morey. Because as the show continued to go on, when the Buddy Hield trade first happened, there was an uproar of excitement. And as the day continued, I started to get more and more callers complaining about Daryl Morey. Spider, our man Spider, called in yesterday and called him Daryl Moron for the Buddy Hield trade. Not even for anything else. This is before everything else happened. So I can only imagine that Spider, who's calling Daryl Morey Daryl Moron before the rest of the trades happen, is probably not much happier today. So where are you at with Daryl Morey? You're going to hear from him later on this afternoon. But I would love to get your thoughts on the Sixers trade deadline day and your thoughts on Daryl Morey as the president of basketball operations of the Sixers at 610-632-0975. Coming up next, I have some interesting audio to play for you from the Eagles. Obviously, the Eagles are not playing this weekend. It's a major disappointment. But as Radio Row continues in Vegas, you're starting to get some of the members of the Eagles out there promoting, whatever and whatever. But you got some guys promoting stuff. I have audio from Lane Johnson and Britton Covey. Now, I know Britton Covey is not at the same platform, same level as a guy like Lane Johnson in the city. But Britton Covey gave a very honest response when he was asked about what went wrong with the Eagles. I'll play you his reaction, Lane Johnson's as well on the other side, and it is a Friday going into Super Bowl Sunday. We're going to have fun with prop bets all day long. If you call in at 610-632-0975 to talk about the topics on hand today regarding the Sixers, your reaction to the trade deadline, where you're at with Daryl Morey, and then what we do get into with the Eagles on the other side. If you call in, I'm going to give you one of these fun prop bets. It's not just like over-unders for Patrick Mahomes, right? It's all the crazy stuff. Ray and I earlier this week went through the props of the celebrities that might be shown or who will be shown first. It's the fun stuff. So we'll get into that coming up next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A busy deadline day. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by AAA Car Care. Save $104 on select sets of 4 Nokian tires now through February 17th only at AAA Car Care Centers. Details at AAA.com/mycar. The 76ers made 4 trades at yesterday's NBA trade deadline. They acquired Buddy Hield from the Pacers for Marcus Morris, Furkan Korkmaz, and 3 second-round picks. They traded Danuel House and a second-round pick to the Pistons to avoid luxury tax. Also open up a little bit of space for what they hope to do on the buyout market, reportedly looking into Kyle Lowry in that market. They also acquired Cam Payne and a second-round pick from the Bucks in exchange for Patrick Beverley. And finally, they dealt Jaden Springer to the Celtics for a second-round pick. The shorthanded 76ers return to the floor tonight at 7 o'clock against the Atlanta Hawks. You can catch the live call of that game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers beat the Jets 4-1 last night. Flyers jumped out early in front of the Jets, scoring 3 goals in the first period en route to their second consecutive win. Travis Konecny registered the Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period, while Ryan Poling and Morgan Frost had a goal and assist apiece. The Flyers return to the ice on Friday at 7 o'clock against the Seattle Kraken. Catch the live call catch the live call on WMMR. And of course, this weekend, the Super Bowl is being played in Las Vegas. It's Chiefs, 49ers, go Chiefs. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
This afternoon at 4:45, Sixers president of basketball operations Daryl Morey meets with the media to review the latest moves by the team. Hear his remarks on Philly Sports Station for breaking news. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Bob Cooney here. Last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2. Now you can play along. Just choose if Gronk will make or miss. Get your free pick in right now. If you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Get in on the action when Gronk takes his shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether you're team make or team miss, just head to the FanDuel Sportsbook app to get your pick in. It's free. Then tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. Are you new to FanDuel? Well, then visit FanDuel.com/Bob to sign up. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA, no purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Prize issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix.
Starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
(10:22) 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas on a Fanatic Friday. Oh, Friday. Love it. Fanatic Fridays presented by Pumpman Philly for 24/7 emergency repair and pump replacement. Count on Pumpman Philly, the guys that know to fix your flow. And it is 10:22, and our 10 o'clock hour brought to us by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows. Plus, make no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Going to get to Ray's thoughts on the Sixers coming up, and your calls at 610-632-0975. I want to hear what your reaction is to the Sixers trade deadline day. I said it in the opening segment. It started off on a high note, and then it ended off kind of disappointing and confusing. To me, the biggest disappointing factor is the fact that they didn't land Andre Drummond, because he's the guy that I coveted the most once they got Buddy Hield, and nobody got him. So it's not like, in fairness to the Sixers, nobody got him. I don't know what the hell Chicago's doing. Like, I think that's just a poorly run organization at this point. The teams in Chicago confuse me. Think about this for a second. I got the Chicago Bulls refusing to sell when they're a play-in team, and they have not ever been successful with this big three. The Chicago Cubs gave up an arm and a leg for Craig Counsell, who's been somewhat successful as the manager with the Milwaukee Brewers. Somewhat. The Chicago White Sox let their best players walk 2 years ago. The Chicago Bears have been buyers at the trade deadline the last 2 years when they haven't even had 5 wins. The teams in Chicago just confused the hell out of me. But whatever. Sixers didn't get Drummond. They got Buddy Hield. I think Cameron Payne was the right move. I know we're all emotionally attached to Patrick Beverley. 2 guys that we're emotionally attached to, Patrick Beverley and Marcus Morris, no longer here. But Cameron Payne is an upgrade for what this Sixers team needs. And again, this team was built for what Joel Embiid does for everybody else once he comes back. I'm just upset that Drummond's not here. The other thing that we're getting into starting now is an Eagles-related topic, and it's more so reaction. So yesterday, Lane Johnson was on with Dan Patrick, and Britton Covey was on my own friend Chase Sr., who Temple made, Temple proud, and actually used to intern here at the Fanatic. So Chase and I go way back, and he's now doing great stuff. He covers the Eagles, but he also covers the San Francisco 49ers. And he does overall NFL content. And he spoke with Britton Covey, and Covey gave a very honest answer. We'll play that one second. Here's what we'll play first. Here was Lane Johnson on with Dan Patrick. And the reason why I'm playing Lane Johnson first is because everybody's going to probably take more out of what Lane Johnson says, but I'll explain to you why you might want to hear Britton Covey even more than Lane Johnson. But here's Johnson on with Dan Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as film piles up, and I feel like really after the 49ers game where, it's kind of them dismantling us, I felt like teams kind of piggybacked off that. So I don't know if it was something we were doing with our scheme-wise. Maybe the teams were on to what we were running, but it was a lot more difficult than what it needed to be because you've seen what the offense has been, and then you see that stretch, and it's, what's going on.
So a couple of things to that. Now, first, I want to read a tweet. I got a tweet from E.T., because I put out the pre-show tweet that we were going to talk about the Sixers trade deadline and the Eagles collapse, blah, blah, blah. And he said, can you guys put the Eagles talk to bed already? If new news pops up, okay, but still talking about the Eagles collapse is wild. They didn't win when it mattered most. End of story. Now, the reason why we're talking Eagles is because 2 members of the Eagles spoke yesterday, right? And ET didn't know that, and that's cool. So you hear what Lane Johnson had to say. Lane Johnson basically tells you that the 49ers did indeed put the blueprint out there. Remember what Nick Bosa said after the game? That they put the blueprint out in the NFL on how to defend the Eagles offensively. Now, I still believe that the Buffalo Bills put the blueprint out, but then the San Francisco 49ers were the ones that were able to capitalize off of that, and then the rest of the teams were able to see what happened there. So Lane Johnson is admitting to you that the San Francisco 49ers game was obviously it's the beginning of the demise. We saw it happen. That was their second loss of the season, and they finished with 6. Right? And they finished with 7 if you add the playoff game. So Lane Johnson says that's the beginning. What drives me crazy is the fact that that was the beginning. And they had 2 months to figure it out. 2 months to figure out what the 49ers did against you, that what other teams have begun to do against you because of what San Francisco did, and you never had a response. You never had an answer. You never had an adjustment. They never even threw different wrinkles out there offensively. It was the same freaking game plan week in and week out, and it kept on failing. And I know this is going to end up going back to me saying this is why I didn't want Nick Sirianni back. But this is why I didn't want Nick Sirianni back. This exact reason. Lane Johnson is being completely honest with you by saying the 49ers figured something out. It got out on tape, and the rest of the teams did what the 49ers did, and they didn't have a response to it. The fact that Lane Johnson is telling you that admits that the Eagles never had a response to anything over the course of 2 months. And that bothers me. And yeah, it's great. Kellen Moore's here, and Vic Fangio's here, so you have new coordinators. But it starts up top, man. And the head coach could not come up with a single response to everything that teams were throwing their way. And that's terrible. Good head coaches don't have 2-month collapses like that. The fact that the Eagles feel comfortable bringing up the fact that they were 10-1 at one point. The fact that people nationally that said they can't fire Nick Sirianni. They were 10-1 earlier this season. They were in the Super Bowl last season. Yeah, all that is true. I've said it before. I will never take away somebody's accomplishments. What they did is what they did. But I can't also ignore the fact that they had a 2-month collapse. That doesn't just happen and everybody's honky-dory about it. That's terrible. Now, Britton Covey's was a little bit more eye-opening and a lot more honest. Here's Britton Covey, my old man Chase Sr., talking about the Eagles' collapse the last 2 months of the season.
I definitely think we got emotionally tired from trying to figure out what the problem was. And we kept trying to pinpoint it at this and pinpoint it at this. And there was some miscommunication, I think, from coaches to players. There was some pointing fingers from player to player. And there was kind of letting, outside voices impact our love for the game and just the happiness that we had. And all that combined to really just kind of make us spiral. But honestly, I think that you're going to see a team this year that is going to be like, I'm not letting that same thing happen. And I'm not saying like just on the field performance, but I'm not letting that impact me. I'm not letting this impact me. And I think you're going to see a lot more resilient people, players because of it.
That's great that he's saying that everyone's going to be more resilient next season. That's great to say in February. We'll see it once the season actually starts. Like, what if you lose a game or two? Are they going to continue to spiral out of control? Or are you going to really band together and be this great football team that we expect you to be because you still have a lot of talent? Defensively, you need a complete overhaul. Offensively, you still have a ton of talent. There is no excuse for the offense next season. There is no excuse for the offense this past season. Other than Brian Johnson and Nick Sirianni not having good game plans, good play calling, but still, way too much talent. So going into this season, absolutely no excuse. You went out and got the hot commodity OC and Kellen Moore. Nick Sirianni said he's taking a step back from game planning offensively. There are no excuses. Jalen Hurts, no excuses. Wide receivers, no excuses. All that talent's there. The outside noise thing, I think that's such a bogus answer. If you really did let the media affect you, because everyone likes to point out how the evil media, blah, 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 blah. If you're really letting the media affect you, then that's a problem. What really stands out is when Britton Covey says miscommunication, which how many times have we heard that word, which again starts with the head coach. He says miscommunication between players and coaches. That's not good. Which is why you're having an overhaul of coaches. You have 2 new coordinators. There's new position coaches out there. The coordinators are bringing in their guys. Once again, though, the head coach is back. And the head coach needs to figure that stuff out. The head coach can't allow miscommunication, not just on game day. Miscommunication during the week, prepping for games. That stuff can't fall under the head coach like that. You can't allow that to happen. And he did. And then he brought up the finger pointing between players. Remember, we've had Jeff McClain on talking about some of the younger players maybe not hearing the messaging of the older players, the vets. So are we going to start seeing a change in messaging inside the locker room? We've talked about Jalen Hurts and whether or not he's actually a good leader, right? We've heard that brought up multiple times now by multiple reporters. A lot needs to change. A lot needs to be worked on. I'm glad that Britton Covey says he expects everyone to be resilient and bounce back. That's fantastic. Love hearing that. But we'll see it when it counts. And that's game days. Once the season kicks off week 1. Do you think, after you heard what you just heard from Lane Johnson and Britton Covey, that the Eagles will be able to fix this going into the 2024 season? I'm still worried that Nick Sirianni is the head coach. Do you believe that the Eagles can fix what you just heard? Miscommunication, finger pointing between teammates who, by the way, will probably still be here together. Finger pointing between players and coach, which the head coach is still here. And the fact that the Eagles were figured out back in week 13 and the Eagles never figured out a response to it. Do you believe at 610-632-0975 the Philadelphia Eagles will be able to fix all those issues going into the next season? And your reaction to the Sixers trade deadline and where you're at with Daryl Morey. As Spider called him yesterday, Daryl Moron. Ray, good morning. What's up?
Good morning.
We'll start with the Eagles because I brought that up just now. When you hear those clips, how do you feel?
One, the Lane Johnson one just bothers me a lot. Just the idea, like you laid it out, the fact they don't come back with any answers over 2 months is ridiculous. The idea that they put out the blueprint, bothered me when it was said by the 49ers.
He said it publicly.
Yes.
Not an anonymous source said. No, Nick Bosa straight up just said, yeah, we put out the blueprint.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like at some point when we're picking apart what's happening, when you got Christian McCaffrey picking apart what, this is what they're about to do, the Manning cast, that I'll think about that for a long time when it comes to this offense. Did they put out the blueprint, or did you just not have a sufficient amount of answers? Like that's where it comes back to. I just think that
both could be true. They could have put out a blueprint to stop this style of offense. And now the follow-up is, okay, then what are you going to do to combat that?
Right, but I don't know. I think the curve
they try to out-talent everybody.
The learning curve on the Eagles offense to me wasn't so much of, oh, look, this is what you got to do to like the 49ers showed you what you have to do to stop it. It was, okay, they're just not going to do anything different, so why even prepare for anything different? Like, let's just prepare for the same 6-7 things they're going to do for you, and let's focus on shutting that down. So that still bothers me. I think the finger pointing thing, the idea that there was problems, it's really, really jarring to hear it out in public like that. And I almost think the end of Covey's answer there is more of a, but it's going to be,
it's going to be okay, yeah.
Almost like I realized what I just said.
It was very honest.
Almost too honest.
Too honest, and I know some people are probably driving around going, it's the punt returner saying that. What once Jalen says it, I'll believe it.
Jalen's not saying that.
Jalen's not saying that, right? He's not saying anything. Britton Covey's being completely honest in that.
It's very, very frustrating to relive, I guess, what we already feel like we know with them, with what we've been told. Obviously, McLean, Tim McManus, all the different reporters we talked to throughout the season, getting into this team had similar ideas of what was said in that, suggesting, I remember the locker room teetering. That's very much indicates a locker room that fell apart. The fact that they all still pledge loyalty in public to Sirianni, and they have now gutted pretty much the coaching staff entirely, and tried to rebuild it, at least gives me encouragement that there might be enough fresh voices, fresh conversation within that room. All the players that were pointing fingers at one another, some of them aren't going to be back.
Some of them aren't going to be back. Some of them might be back. We don't know who's pointing at who.
Right. Some of them will be back, and you just have to kind of hope that the few months away, starts to dissipate. Time heals all wounds. You start to let that start to move away from you and let that sit far from you. So I'm not going to say that I think I'm totally hopeless going into next season hearing that. I think more, again, as I try and put a bow on that season and move past that season, I think it just reaffirms everything that we thought about this team, where there was fighting inside and the answers were just not sufficient to what was happening to them.
Okay. And now on the Sixers front, your reaction to the rest of the deadline. We had a riveting show yesterday. It flew by. Buddy Hield happens early. Daniel House Jr. happens in the second hour. We're waiting for more. Nothing more happens until right at the end of the show where Patrick Beverley gets traded. And you and I are bummed out because we're big Pat Bev fans. But Cameron Payne fits this team better, especially with his ability to shoot threes. Maybe not as good of a defensive player, but he's a guy that can give you a scoring punch off the bench, which, if you remember, Sham said the Sixers are going to look for scoring punches. And so Buddy Hield is going to be in your starting lineup. Cameron Payne is a scoring punch for you off the bench. It was the right move, just sad because we love Patrick Beverley. The Jaden Springer move, I'm not losing sleep over it, but very confused by it.
Very confused by that one. I didn't really understand it in the moment. Still don't really rationalize it to myself today. Especially,
Like you gave up a 20-year-old for a second-round pick.
If you think that was the peak of his value, like teams watched him guard Luka and then Steph in the same week, and he looked good doing it,
right,
for the most part, and you think that this is the best we could do, let's move on from him. Let's see what we can get from him, I guess. But I don't think this is the peak of what he is. It's just very confusing to draft a guy where you drafted him.
Yeah, first round.
Have him as a project, and then a few years into that project, move on from him. I understand you're trying to win, but it just didn't seem like the move that I would make. Obviously, he is a very offensive deficient. You know, he doesn't do a ton for you offensively, and that's part of the reason why you have to move from him. But it was just really, really interesting to see that one. Like you said, losing sleep over it, probably not. You know, I saw some people, wow, he's the next Marcus Smart.
There was outrage yesterday on social media, and I wasn't outraged. I was just kind of dumbfounded. I was like, why?
Yeah, I didn't.
I was waiting for the next move.
Right. When that happened, I was like, oh, that must mean that must signal that something else is coming. And
right.
Like no,
and it
no,
didn't.
nothing else.
So you traded away a 21-year-old guard who was very good defensively. I'm not in love with his offensive game.
No,
but
nor should you
like
be.
it's not like you moved on from him and wow, you got a second-round pick for a kid that's gonna be a free agent next year. You still had him under contract next season.
Yeah, very confusing. It was just a very confusing, and I think that confusing is probably the word I would use to describe the last 2 hours of that deadline.
Yeah,
you know, like Pat Bev, it makes sense. You know, they need someone that can knock down a three. Payne does that at a more consistent basis. I understand that one. I understand the move. Again, we talked about the emotional connection, whatever. It just was very confusing because I do think this team, if you showed me a healthy Embiid and said, hey, this is the pieces you got to put around him, okay, I feel good about it. Do I think they did enough to keep this team in the place it needs to be?
No, I don't
when
think
Embiid
so.
comes back? I don't think so.
Unless Paul Reed, goes on some great run. I know a lot of people were upset about
Paul Reed victory tour. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for right now.
And then I saw people bummed out that Tobias wasn't traded yesterday. You need Tobias Harris to stay afloat.
I think for some people, they see the deadline yesterday, and I don't want to speak for them, and this is not my opinion, but just gauging the reaction I saw. Some people were so underwhelmed by the deadline, I think they flipped to the other side of it and thought, hey, you know what? If this is the route they were going to go down, they might
should
as well
have traded him and try to get assets.
Yeah, they might as well just sold off. For some people, I think they're frustrated that Tobias is going to see that contract to completion.
Right. I saw people were talking about how the fact that he actually made it through the entire contract. People were complaining about that on social media.
Yeah, I think there's some people that are frustrated that
I've been trying to train for 3 years. So yeah I hear you.
Yeah,
I'm stunned, but I wasn't shocked yesterday that he wasn't traded. I'm just shocked that, like you said, he finished the entire.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people are shocked by that. I think the one thing that I come away from this trade deadline feeling icky about is how quickly people were like, well, you see, this offseason, this is what they're going to be able to do.
And we already know the free agent class is not as great as it is. My only thought is, okay, so they're going to probably make a trade. I know there was already a tweet yesterday from somebody who covers the NBA at a high level. I forget who it was, about Paul George. That if the Clippers aren't able to work out the extension with Paul George, that the Sixers will be very interested in Paul George. Okay, I'm glad that they're interested. But what is interested done for me?
That's exactly it.
Sometimes they were interested and they don't get the player that we think they were.
I'm not deluding myself with the Paul George. I'm sorry. I've done it with enough prospective free agents, enough prospective superstars. I'm not deluding myself in the Paul George. I'm not walking down that path. Also, it's ripe that we've got the most valuable player in this league, arguably the best player in this league right now, and we're talking about availability issues for him, and people immediately yesterday did the pivot to, they're going to get Paul George and all is fine.
Right, because he's always healthy.
Yeah, because he's always available. Listen, some of you, I need to see the side you're picking, and you need to stick on it.
Right, exactly. Now, one more note on Tobias Harris. Jake Fisher, in his article after the trade deadline, said this in his story. While it's unclear how Philadelphia views Tobias Harris in the long term, the Sixers are not willing to trade Harris to Detroit. League sources tell Yahoo Sports in Philadelphia's own talks with the Pistons that would have yielded Bogdanovich and Burks with the Sixers instead of the Knicks. I wasn't about to trade Tobias for Bogdanovich and Burks at the deadline. I was open to it during the beginning of the season. If you remember, that was when the whole crumble cookie thing started. That when James Harden was still on this team, I wanted to move Tobias Harris to get shooters on here like a Bogdanovich. Problem is, once James Harden's gone and Joel Embiid's hurt for the majority of the regular season, you kind of need Tobias. I don't know if Bogdanovich and Burks would have come in here and kept them afloat.
No.
So I want to hear your reactions to it. 610-632-0975. We'll open up the phone lines next. At the end of your call, I'm going to give you a prop bet. I have a lot of prop bets, and it's not the ones that you're thinking of, like who's going to score the first touchdown. No. I'll give you one, Ray, as an example. What will be the primary color of Usher's shirt when he first appears on stage? I'm not going to give you the odds. Just give me a color. I'll let you know what those odds are.
White.
White is plus 250. The top choice, which should be your answer if you know anything about Usher, is black. He's always wearing the black shirt with the black jacket over top. Come on, man. You gotta get your Usher knowledge up.
That's on me.
That's even money. So I'm going to give you these kinds of prop bets.
Wait till I cash in on that white T-shirt.
Yeah, because that's what they want you to think. They want you to think he's going to wear a black T-shirt and he's going to come out and wear a white T-shirt or orange at plus 1,600.
No,
I don't think that's going to happen. So I'll give you some prop bets as you call in at 610-632-0975. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers active at the NBA trade deadline. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that is built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. The 76ers had a busy deadline day yesterday as they acquired Buddy Hield from the Indiana Pacers for Marcus Morris, Furkan Korkmaz, and 3 second-round picks. The Sixers also traded Daniel House and a second-round pick to the Pistons, and in exchange, some roster flexibility. They acquired Cameron Payne and a second-round pick from the Milwaukee Bucks in exchange for Patrick Beverley. And finally, they dealt Jaden Springer to the Celtics for a second-round pick. All of that whirlwind of roster moves, of course, leaves the Sixers a little bit shorthanded as they return to the floor tonight. Of course, they're also shorthanded because of those injuries. At 7 o'clock, they will play the Atlanta Hawks. You catch the live call of the game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers beat the Jets 4-1. Last night, Flyers jumped out on the Jets early, scoring 3 goals in the first period en route to their second consecutive win. Flyers return to the ice at 7 o'clock tomorrow against the Seattle Kraken. You can catch the live call on WMMR. And, of course, it is Super Bowl weekend. Chiefs, 49ers in Las Vegas. Go Chiefs. This update's also brought to you by Mattress Firm. Dive into hibernation mode with deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Shop now and save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The best show ever. Opinion and conversation on Philly's hot sports topics. Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Batalico, and Jennifer Scordo. This afternoon at 2. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Andrew. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, has the perfect way for you to get in on Super Bowl 58 action with something I love that they do for you in big events, right? You would think, all right, it's a big game, so that, they're going to bet anyway. Why give them offers? I love that FanDuel gives you offers, including the no-sweat same-game parlay. When you bet on Super Bowl 58 on FanDuel, one game can mean a whole lot of wins. FanDuel has all your favorite bets like money line and spreads, plus all sorts of prop bets. If I were to give you a 3-leg right now, I like the Chiefs to win this game. So you're going to go Chiefs money line. I like the under in the game, and I like Travis Kelce's over in reception. So that is 3 legs right there. You have to do a minimum 3-leg parlay for this to be able to work. So my 3 legs, Chiefs victory, so Chiefs money line, under in the game, Travis Kelce over in receptions. You combine all your bets for a chance at a bigger payday, and you'll get bonus bets back if your SGP doesn't win. Start building your own or choose a bet from a popular SGP already made for you in America's #1 sportsbook. Just visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic if you don't already have an account, and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. with 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $1,000 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today to switch to Comcast Business. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Eagle Shows presents the Oaks Gun Show. Now through Sunday, only at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. Don't miss one of the region's largest gun shows with over 1,500 tables. Buy, sell, or trade. From guns, rifles, pistols, and ammo to military surplus, uniforms, medals, and more. The Oaks Gun Show. Now through Sunday at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. Minutes off Route 422 in Oaks, PA. Friday 1 to 7, Saturday 9 to 5, and Sunday 9 to 4. Tickets are just $15 a day. Or get a 3-day pass for $40. Get yours at the door or visit eagleshows.com.
The Piccalilli Inn is taking orders now for the big game. SB 58 game day packages start at just $58 and includes 15 of the Piccalilli Inn's world-famous wings, tails, and ears for just $58. Prepay early and get VIP drive-through pickup service, and every order includes reheating instructions so everything is fresh, hot, and delicious on game day. For your SB 58 big game party, make the call that covers it all. The Piccalilli Inn, Route 206, Chemung, New Jersey. For more game day specials, follow them on Facebook or call now to order.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The kids' berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Want to win tickets to a Sixers game? Join Andrew Salchunas at 97.5 The Fanatic at Maxie's Pizza and Bar, located on Temple University's campus, presented by Corona. Saturday, February 10th from 7 to 9 p.m. when the Sixers take on the Wizards. Enjoy $5 Corona bottles and win great prizes, including tickets to an upcoming Sixers game. It's 97.5 The Fanatic Sixers pregame party with Corona at Maxie's Pizza and Bar, located on the Temple University campus. For details, go to the events page on 975thefanatic.com.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all.
with soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today, and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios. Powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 10:53 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Later on the show, we'll talk more about the Eagles in comparison to the Chiefs and 49ers who are playing on Super Bowl Sunday. So we'll see where the Eagles rank amongst those teams. I mean, let's face it, the 49ers are a very good football team, and the Kansas City Chiefs that just never die. So we'll see how the Eagles compare to those teams. Still to come on the show at 12 o'clock. Your next chance to win, your final chance on this show to win the Flyers Stadium Series. The Flyers travel to MetLife next Saturday the 17th, or excuse me, 2 Saturdays from now, Saturday the 17th, when the Flyers take on the Devils at MetLife as a part of the Stadium Series. So we'll give away another pair, and then your final chance will be at 4 o'clock with the best show ever. And then at 1:30, Ray, we always do this before the big events. We've got to build the SGP. Now, I had not done the Christie parlay just yet, so I think that's going to happen on game day. We'll figure out what the Christie parlay is. It's basically the Taylor Swift parlay.
Can I get at least like a text message of it so I can tail?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's the one that's going to hit.
Right.
It's not going to be what you and I put together.
No,
It's going to be the one that it's going to be the one that Christie puts together.
I haven't had a winning
with
bet.
no knowledge of football, but Taylor Swift plays for the Chiefs, so she's probably going to put some Kelsey props in. She thinks Brittany Mahomes is annoying, so she might go unders for Patrick Mahomes because of it.
Big week for Brittany Mahomes.
Big week. Yeah.
So congratulations.
Congratulations on your success. We have a couple open lines. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. Reacting to what the Sixers did on deadline day yesterday. I guess ultimately disappointing. Great start, ultimately disappointing. Basically for me because Andre Drummond's not here, and I don't think they're set at the big position. I'm really disappointed in that aspect. But let's see what the Sixers do next. Once buyouts start, you already have one center that's available in Robin Lopez. So we'll see if that's something that the Sixers are interested in. There's already mentions of them going after potentially Spencer Dinwiddie. They have 3 roster spots open, so they need to acquire 3 more players. Kyle Lowry, would imagine, will be one of them. And then let's see what they end up doing with the other 2 spots. And then the Eagles, Britton Covey and Lane Johnson both spoke yesterday. Lane Johnson talking about how the 49ers did put out the blueprint. The reason why they fell apart was what the 49ers put on the map and what people then followed. My problem with that is the fact that you had 2 months to figure it out, and Nick Sirianni and company could not do that. And then Britton Covey with the very honest answer of finger-pointing between players and coaches, miscommunication between players and coaches, finger-pointing between player to player, and just the fact that they couldn't figure anything out. And that's damning. Now you have a new coaching staff here except for the head coach. My question for you regarding the Eagles is, after what you've heard and after what you yourself saw the final 2 months of the season, can they fix it before the start of 2024 season? 610-632-0975. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to my man James in Virginia. James, how have you been, man?
I'm good, Andrew. Before I get to my sister's point, I just want to say about the Eagles, this is an indictment, I think, on Sirianni, because the finger pointing and all the things that Lane Johnson and Covey talked about are examples of how he coached last year.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I don't believe that you fire the whole staff and keep him, but that's a different.
Especially when he's top dog, so it fell under him. And look, he's not the first coach to keep his job and give opportunities to get new coordinators in here. But I saw that happen with the Chargers with Brandon Staley. They fell apart, and look what happened midway through the season last year. They fired him. I don't want to have to do that where he gets fired midseason and then we start all over again.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. But my main point for calling is the Sixers. I actually agree with Daryl Morey. This team, since Hinkie, has done a great job of breaking the team down, but they've done an awful job of building it back up. And since Morey has been here, I mean, you can nitpick, but I think the moves he's made has always been moves that have benefited us going forward. And people like to rewrite history, and I think that even with the Simmons trade and Harden, and people forget that we had drafted Mikal Bridges and Brett Brown.
That was Brett Brown.
On his way out this door and traded him away. So this franchise has not done a good job of two things. One, having a strategy of building the team back up, and two, selecting draft picks. And so Morey is forced into a position where, because of our star players' health, he has to win now. So I like Pat Beverly, but my goodness, he wasn't even here a full season. All of a sudden, he's a folk hero.
Yeah, people loved him.
And listen, I love him too, but I mean, come on, let's get real. We got to get shooters, and I'm not sure why you are so disappointed about it. And I know you said you wouldn't leave no sleep, but Springer can't shoot.
No, I was just confused by it. Because he's cost next to nothing, right? So
right, but if you trade Feibel, who to me was a better ball player than Springer, then of course you're not going to keep Springer, and you open up a roster spot. Now they're not done, and we'll see what happens at the buyout. I'm not crazy about Lowry. I know he's a Philly kid, and I appreciate that. But I would rather them pick up Dinwiddie, even though he's not having a good year.
Which they still might. I mean, they have 3 roster spots open, James. Now, James, hold on, I'll continue talking about that before I let you go. All right. What type of necklace will Usher first appear with?
Seriously, I'm a grown man. I don't pay attention to Usher's necklace,
Okay.
man. Come on, seriously.
All right, fine. Fine.
Let me just say this last thing, Andrew. I would bring back Morris. He's going to get bought out.
You can't do it. Legally, you can't. Once you trade him.
Twice.
Yeah,
he got traded, and they traded him again.
They still can't bring him back. You have to wait a year. Thanks for the call, James. You have to wait a year. He's a grown man, Ray. So that means you have to answer.
I'm a child.
What type of necklace will be on Usher when he first appears on stage? Now, here's the deal. It's kind of, I'll give you the option.
Yeah, please give me the options. I'm not really big in the whole chain world.
Yeah,
so
you're not.
No. They cost more than
the
yearly salary.
The favorite is the ball chain. At 2-1. Box chain.
Oh.
Cable chain.
Nice.
Figaro chain.
Okay.
Link chain.
Got it.
Rolo chain or rope chain.
What was the third option again?
Cable chain.
Yeah, that feels right.
Okay.
You know why? Because there was the announcement this week about ESPN, Warner Brothers, and Fox.
Cable's coming back.
And he's a big fan of cable, so it's a sign.
That will be at plus 300.
Give me the cable chain, all right? Let's bring back cable together, Usher. 2 Raymonds working something out here.
So let's talk about what he just said. So, look, the Dinwiddie thing, he's just having a bad season. I don't think it's a terrible – you need scoring punches, right? And if he can get back to where he was a couple of years ago with the Nets – before they blew up that team and tried, obviously winning with Kevin Durant, which that was the right move for Brooklyn. It just didn't work for him. So Dinwiddie, he's not the biggest Kyle Lowry guy. Look, I said this yesterday. You're not bringing Kyle Lowry for scoring. You're not even bringing Kyle Lowry in for much other than a veteran ball handler, which you need come playoff time. A few years ago, I loved that the Sixers brought in George Hill. I thought that was a great move. He just was hurt and then ended up doing nothing for them, right? Having that kind of veteran backup guard, I think, is important. So Kyle Lowry, what he does is probably better than what Patrick Beverly still provides for you. Your main scoring option as a guard off the bench is Cameron Payne now, not Kyle Lowry, once they bring him in.
Yeah, Lowry, listen, I'll be happy to see him here. I'll do the whole from here thing. It's nice to have him as a backup guard, and it seems like this is the plan. Like, I don't think you make the Pat Bev deal without this being the plan. I'll be honest. I don't know if he's providing more for you than Pat Bev did. I just at this point, he'll be nice to have as that steadying backup point guard, veteran, seen it before, done it before. Previous relationship with Nick Nurse. There are things that work there, but I'm not over the moon about this being the target. I think it's solid?
It's not. It's also not Lowry versus Beverly. It's Cameron Payne's second.
Right.
Cameron Payne greater than Patrick Beverly at this stage.
For what you need.
Right.
Yeah.
And so now you're at least getting Kyle Lowry as that backup to he's third string guard at this point.
Yeah, I get it. I think people coming in here expecting that they're going to get more out of Lowry than they got out of Beverly, I think is probably misguided. I don't think Lowry has that much left where it's more than what you got out of Pat.
I got you.
He's going to be an irritant. He's going to be an irritant. He's going to be able to run the offense. He'll, surprise you a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be something over the moon where we're excited about.
No, I don't think so. But I also don't know if Patrick Beverly was giving you anything over the moon. I liked having him on the team. I did.
No, I don't think he was giving you anything over the moon, but I don't think the Lowry play is going to outdo what you got from Beverly. I'm just hoping it's somewhat of an equivalence, and Campaign gives you a better shot from beyond the arc and gives you some more.
That's
something I need to see.
Right.
Oh, it's been brutal.
I think a lot of people are looking at the Patrick Beverly trade as that they traded away Patrick Beverly. They're not looking at it with what they got.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what it was.
And that's the emotional, the emotional attachment that people had.
And emotionally, you reacted to it with Patrick Beverly's being traded to the Bucks, not the 76ers are acquiring someone. The way it was reported was literally from Patrick Beverly.
Right. Beverly is going to the Bucks, and we're all going, oh, my God, why? What, for a second-round pick? You got a guy that can actually provide you a scoring punch, which is what Shams reported yesterday morning before the deadline, that's what the Sixers are going to be in for. So they had a plan, and they executed it. Now, the biggest plan they didn't execute was getting a big to start over Paul Reed. And so we'll see what they do with some of the players that have since become available, what that buyout market will look like other than just Kyle Lowry. And we'll move on from there. But I will be honest, I was disappointed yesterday when – and again, part of it is what the hell are you doing, Chicago?
Yeah, well, what are you doing in Chicago? And I saw some report that their ownership was ready to greenlight the rebuild. Their vice president was the one that's it's a mess. It's a disaster.
It's that whole city right now.
Yeah.
With their sports teams, that whole city's a mess right now.
It's bad.
I
would not want to be a Chicago fan right now.
No, not at all. Let's go to Arnold in Philly. What up, Arnold?
Hello. I'm just calling about all our teams right now.
Yeah.
The Eagles, that's not complicated, but you can't let teams keep blitzing you and you don't pick it up 6 games in a row.
Oh, yeah. No, that was a fireable offense for me. That Nick Sirianni should have been fired for that alone, and then you go into a playoff game knowing that you're going to be facing pressure and you have no answer for it.
And this guy we got for that is offensive coordinator. He's supposed to have a different formula for the blitz. Now, with the Sixers, they're getting too short for me. And sending that boy to Boston, one of our best defensive players, and they already killing us on defense. The last time I went to a Boston game, it felt bad the way they dogged us in that stadium.
Yeah, now you're saying our best defensive player, your best defensive
player. No, I said one of our best.
Well, I'm sorry, one of our best defensive players, he averages 11 minutes a game. You know what I mean? It's not like come playoff time, he's barely going to play.
It ain't like that. But I don't want to send a guy that knows all our plays to Boston.
Yeah, well, I mean that's that. I'm not worried about the plays. I didn't understand the trade. I'm sure Daryl Morey today, when he speaks in the 4:00 hour, will give insight as to why they were trying to acquire that second-round pick. I'm sure he's got, sometimes you have to be an executive and think 2-3 steps down the line.
Seems like we're having a short team now.
What? Oh yeah. I mean, look, you're a little bit less in size right now. You lose Marcus Morris, right? You lose some toughness there, but
we're shrinking since we got rid of Ben Simmons.
Well, I mean, are you upset that Ben Simmons is gone?
No, I'm upset that we're not rebounding the ball and we can't win the game without the ball.
Right. I hear you on that one, Arnold. Now listen, I'm gonna give you a prop bet. All right. Will Usher be wearing sunglasses when he first appears on stage? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes will be minus 300. Heavy favorite. All right, thanks for the call, Arnold. I go yes as well.
Yes is easy on that one.
Lock.
If I could pull off wearing sunglasses inside all the time, I would.
Would you?
Yeah, easily. 100%. I can't pull it off because people would look at me like, what, does this guy think he's big time? I have to be big time, and
That's
then I
true.
can start
I
pulling
understand
them.
that.
Usher is big time.
All right,
he can pull that off.
A lot of these are Usher. The first page and a half is Usher.
As it should be.
I got a lot of stuff that isn't Usher as well.
You've got other content?
Yes.
Non-Usher comments?
But in the we'll stick around with Usher for a second.
Okay.
Will Usher expose a nipple on stage? Yes or no?
I mean, I'm going to bet no on this one. This seems like a heavy favorite.
No is minus 150. Yes, plus 110.
What do they know? What is going on in Las Vegas?
Have you been following the Usher sort of tour recently? He's been very exotic on stage when there's been some celebrities in the crowd.
Yeah, listen. I mean,
he picks out there was one WNBA player.
Mm-hmm.
He was all over. Another singer that he saw in one of his performances. He was all over.
Yeah, listen.
He knows he's got a lot of eyes on him, man.
Yeah, but I think that's already been done. We've already gone through that process. At this point, it would seem like you were intentionally doing it. You know,
he might want to.
Listen. There's a lot of kids. At home.
I'm Usher.
A lot of kids at home.
Well, they're watching the Nickelodeon broadcast.
Are they?
Patrick's got his shirt off all the time. What's wrong with that? Why can't Usher?
It's not Usher we're talking about here.
Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Joe on the cell. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
How you doing?
Name me one trade with the Celtics that's ever worked out.
Yeah, I mean I understand. They haven't.
Okay. Now that day, if this kid came out this year, he's 21 years old. He'd probably be around the 5th or 12th pick, right? Think about it.
If Jaden Springer,
yeah, if he came out this year, he'd be about the 12th pick in the draft.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, the point is, you had a defensive stopper. Let's say you were in a close game at the end of the game. You could have put him in for those 5 minutes. And again,
here's the only problem, Joe. He's 21 years old. I don't know if you want to put him out there in a high, crunch time situation in the playoffs.
What difference if it makes if he's a great defensive player? And he is a very good defensive player. He's not as good as Thibault, I get that, okay? But he was very good defensively. So, to me, it's a stupid. I just never trade with the Celtics. I don't trade with the Celtics, Jerry West, or Danny Ainge. Every time we've done it, we've lost. So that's my opinion. And other than that, I don't know what they're doing. So you guys have a great day. If you could tell me one trade that worked out with the Celtics, I'd be amazed.
All right, I appreciate the call. I mean, here's the one that I guess you could say worked better for the Sixers than it did for the Celtics. It was the Sixers acquired basically the rights to Matisse Thybulle. I'm trying to figure what was that kid's name. He was a 3-point shooter. Here you go, Ty Jerome. So the Sixers got Matisse Thybulle. The Celtics got Ty Jerome. Is Ty Jerome still, where's he at nowadays? He is with the Cavs. All right, is he playing? Let's take a look. He's averaging 2 points a game, 9 minutes.
Lost a lot of sleep over it.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people were upset by it because he was going to be the 3-point shooter. And then there's another one, too, that went to Boston. Everybody was upset about. But in terms of bigger trades, no, the Celtics normally fleece the Sixers. I don't think Jaden Springer reaches a level of fleecing. I just don't understand the trade. I'm willing to hear out Morey when he speaks today. He's going to talk today at 4:45. He's probably going to give you a reasoning of, hey, we need these second-round picks. We moved on from a couple yesterday to acquire Buddy Hield. We moved on from one to get the cap space open when we traded Daniel House Jr., blah, blah, blah. Like, I know what the answer is going to be. But I hope he gives you a little bit more of an insight because I still don't. Why Jaden Springer? Now, our caller before, James, he says, look, he can't shoot. Yes, that's true. That's why I'm not losing sleep over it. I'm just confused by it. Arnold's basically saying that they got rid of the glove. They didn't get rid of Gary Payton. They got rid of a very young kid with no offensive game. Yeah, he can play a little defense for you. But am I putting Jaden Springer out with 3 minutes left in a closeout game in the playoffs? No, I'm not. The number to climb in is 610-632-0975. We'll reset the show. Everything that we got going on. We have a Sixers angle. We have an Eagles angle. I will replay the clips. If you're just tuning in, Britton Covey and Lane Johnson both spoke to the media yesterday. Lane Johnson on with Dan Patrick. Britton Covey on with Chase Sr., who Temple made, Temple proud. Used to be an intern here at the Fanatic. He gave a very honest answer as to what happened with the Eagles the second half of the season. I want to play those clips for you, and I want you to react to them. And also, at the end of your clip, I'm going to give you more prop bets from Super Bowl Sunday that happens this week. And I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A busy deadline day. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Lowe's. Now's the time to save big on major appliances at Lowe's. Shop LG and more today. Lowe's knows home improvement. The 76ers made a couple of deals at yesterday's NBA trade deadline. They acquired Buddy Hield from the Pacers for Marcus Morris, Furkan Korkmaz, and 3 second-round picks. They traded Daniel House and his second-round pick to the Pistons, and that one opened up a little bit of roster flexibility. The thought process there that they will attack the buyout market. The target that's been mentioned the most is Kyle Lowry, assuming he is bought out by the Charlotte Hornets. The Sixers also acquired Cam Payne and a second-round pick from the Bucks in exchange for Patrick Beverley. Finally, they dealt Jaden Springer to the Celtics for a second-round pick. As for the rest of the 76ers, well, they return to the floor tonight at 7 o'clock against the Hawks. You catch the live call of the game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers beat the Jets 4-1 last night. Flyers jumped out on the Jets early, scoring 3 goals in the first period en route to their second consecutive win. Travis Konechny registered a Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period. O'Reilly Poling and Morgan Frost had a goal and an assist apiece. The Flyers return to the ice Saturday at 7 o'clock against Seattle Kraken. Catch the live call on WMMR. And, of course, it's Super Bowl weekend. Chiefs, 49ers in Las Vegas. Go Chiefs. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Join Andrew Salchunas and Corona for a Sixers watch party tomorrow from 7 to 9 at Maxie's Pizza and Bar at 1926 Leah Corris Walk on Temple's campus. Enter for a chance to win Sixers tickets and enjoy $5 Corona bottles.
Hey, it's Jen Scordo. Happy Super Bowl from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Super Bowl Sunday is all about the best seat on the couch, your favorite snacks, and placing some super bets. You can pick your favorite team on the spread or the money line, who's going to score first, and your favorite quarterback for an anytime touchdown. And don't forget to check out all the special props and super fun options for that big game. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W, or 2, or 3. Bet on who's going to win Super Bowl 58. Plus, FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points are going to be scored, and so much more. New customers join today and get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Scordo to sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Scordo, SCORDO, and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-5407. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-5407. That's 800-575-5407. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today, and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Febreze.
Fabric Talk. Hey, it's me, your couch. Today's my favorite day of the week. Febreze Fabric Spray Day. The occasional deep cleans are nice, but in between, you know I'm needing a refresh. Ooh, here she comes with the Febreze Fabric Spray. Oh yeah, spritz them armrests. Don't be shy. Nothing like a good spray down to get me smelling so fresh and clean. Don't forget my back. Nice. Febreze Fabric Spray. It's just that easy. Now we can both breathe happy. Febreze. La 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 la.
Sports bettors make money with VegasMistake.com. The wrong team is favored, and you need to bet on our top play from VegasMistake.com. Discover where the odds makers have screwed up, and you can profit. They cost less than $4 a day for a whole month of betting picks at VegasMistake.com. Get to pick where the wrong team is favored. Don't miss out on this unique sports betting opportunity. Sign up online at VegasMistake.com, the more intelligent way to bet, where we outmaneuver the odds makers at their own game. Hurry, the odds are shifting. Sign up now for less than $4 a day at VegasMistake.com.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea and is hosting Super Bowl 58 on Nickelodeon? That's right. Join SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, and the rest of the Bikini Bottom crew as they bring all the underwater action, slime, and football during the most exciting game of the year. It's the real Super Bowl game with an unreal amount of surprises, sure to make a splash for everyone in the family. Don't miss Super Bowl 58, live from Bikini Bottom, this Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, only on Nickelodeon.
On your way home this afternoon, the best show ever starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 11:20 on this Fanatic Friday. Oh, man, we've reached the weekend, and a beautiful weekend that we have in store for you. Let's see. Today we got a nice high of 56. Tomorrow, 58, 51 on Sunday. I'll take the 50s in February. It's beautiful. You know, a nice spell. A couple days of 50. I'm not asking for global warming and the destruction of the earth. I'm just saying a couple nice days, then you go back to being cold until it's spring. Fanatic Fridays presented by Pumpman Philly for 24/7 emergency repair, pump replacement. Count on Pumpman Philly. The guys know to fix your flow. Going to reset everything that we've talked about so far. But before we do that, two things. One, Brandon Marsh, Ray, underwent successful left knee arthroscopic debridement surgery.
Now, breaking sports news from 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Yeah, he's going to be out 3 to 4 weeks. They expect him to be ready to go by opening day. Everybody's asking, why is he doing this now? It's probably because something happened. Like, I don't think he got banged up in September and was like, I'll wait till February.
Yeah, he's just been.
Is he Darius Slay? He's like, you know what? I don't want to go to Clearwater.
Nah, he's just been partying the entire offseason. Just realized it. Yeah.
Could be.
Of course, this just happened. Something happened while he was.
So he's
training.
out 3 to 4 weeks. The only problem is now, like, man, there's a lot of young kids that have an opportunity in spring training. Not to dive too deep into it, but Brandon Marsh is going to miss basically all of spring training. Your boy Simone Muzziotti, he got DFA'd the other day.
My boy, yeah. You're right.
He
talked to him
sucked.
once in Lehigh Valley.
He was awful.
He was so good in Lehigh Valley.
Yeah, but he was not good in the major leagues.
No, but very good in Lehigh Valley.
So he's gone. So, I mean, you don't have, like, anybody. Schwarber's a DH, so he's not playing the outfield.
Would be a real shame if this pushed them into going after maybe a Pham or a Soler or.
Well, I'll take Soler. I don't need Pham.
What? You don't like the MILF man?
I'm anti-Tommy Pham.
Wow. That's a poor take.
That dude's a lunatic.
Let's get a little crazy.
I mean, how'd it work for him in the playoffs? He had a home run.
Yeah, I mean, he got a pennant.
Yeah, that's
Did
true.
the Phillies?
He did get to the World Series.
Yeah.
He got benched, though. And then he came back in a home run.
Yeah. So he actually took well to being benched, hit a home run.
Yeah.
Got a pennant out of it.
I don't like him. I don't want him.
That's fine. I'll start banging the drum for the MILF man.
Okay.
I'm in.
Sounds good.
Get me Tommy Pham.
I'm not getting in his fantasy football league, though.
No.
Because I don't want to get smacked.
No.
Like the way he did
I
Josh
didn't say you had
Peters.
to be friends with him. I just said to say, if he's on your baseball team, I'd be cool with it.
Okay. And the other thing, the NFL awards came out yesterday. So, assistant coach of the year, everybody ran him out of town. Jim Schwartz wins assistant coach of the year. It's my DC.
Yeah, go ahead. Take the victory lap.
Hashtag my DC. AP Offensive Rookie of the Year, no surprise, C.J. Stroud. I thought it'd be a little closer with Nakua. He got a lot of great votes, but it's a quarterback league. So C.J. Stroud wins that one. Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett. Not a surprise there. He's a freak. Defensive Rookie of the Year. Now, this was a tough one. And a couple weeks ago, you and I did like is there anybody that will win an award in 2024? And you said Jalen Carter. I was like, yeah, maybe he's kind of fallen off. But then you told me the odds still at that point. And that was a couple weeks left in the regular season. And he was still a heavy favorite. So I was like, I guess I'm wrong in my assumption. And Will Anderson wins yesterday. And I know a lot of Eagles fans had Jalen Carter tickets for Defensive Rookie of the Year. So my condolences.
Yeah. I did not. I just had the emotional and the fact that I knew that conversation from a couple of weeks ago would be brought up again.
Well, I mean,
it's a tough look for me. Not a football guy, clearly.
That's not true.
Not a football voting guy. They should give me a vote, basically, is what I'm saying.
Will Anderson comes in first. I don't know. Maybe soon. You get a couple more years on you.
Okay.
AP Coach of the Year. Stefanski.
Again, not how I would have voted.
Well, so they actually tied point-wise, Stefanski and D'Amico Ryans, but Stefanski had one more first-place vote, which is why he won. It was, to me, between Stefanski and D'Amico. Because D'Amico Ryans, look at the team that was, the second youngest team in football, because the Packers were the youngest team in football. And he gets them to the playoffs, which is, they win the division, because the Jags, they won the division, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Jags choked. But Stefanski, you lose Chubb in week 2. You go into the season with the Deshaun Watson mess. You lose him midway through the season. And it's Joe Flacco, who won Comeback Player of the Year.
Which, wild.
Yeah. Whoever won that award, it was going to be controversial. That's what you and I said a few weeks ago, that it didn't matter who won. Joe Flacco, yes. Deservedly so, because he was not on a roster, comes in the middle of the season, turns the team's season around to get to the playoffs. DeMar Hamlin, if he won, deservedly so, died on the football field last year and comes back and is able to play. Now, then the argument is, well, he didn't do anything. The fact that he came back and played is a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Like, he played football again. And the next season, it wasn't one of these, like, he retired and then realized, like, 2-3 years later he wanted to give it another go. Like, no, he came back the very next season. I would have been okay if whoever won. I'm not, like, anti-Joe Flacco winning. It depends on what you're basing the award off of.
I'm not anti-Joe Flacco winning. I'm more just dumbfounded
that DeMar Hamlin didn't win.
Yeah, I think Flacco himself said it. What am I coming back from? Being old and on the couch? Like, listen, the story with him was fantastic. And you know how I felt about the Browns going into the postseason. Like, I felt, great about them, about the story. Thought there was going to be something really interesting to watch, and it had been something real interesting to watch all year. I just don't know how you even begin to try and compare situations.
Well, so this is what's interesting, the voting breakdown. I appreciate Rob Motti for putting this out there. So DeMar Hamlin got the most first-place votes. He had 21 first-place votes. The next closest was Flacco with 13. So he had 8 more first-place votes. Flacco had 26 second-place votes. So I think a lot of people were, the mindset of, all right, Joe Flacco in terms of what he accomplished from where he was the previous year probably deserves second-place votes. But I'm going to go first-place votes with DeMar Hamlin because of what he went through. DeMar Hamlin only received 7 second-place votes. And then third-place votes, Hamlin received 14, to which Joe Flacco received 8. So the way the point system works, I know I'm pretty sure first-place votes is 5 points, second-place votes is 3 points, and first-place votes is 1 point. And Joe Flacco, with all those second-place votes, gave him a total of 151 to DeMar Hamlin's 140. So I think people are in the right mindset, but then there's a couple people that voted Baker Mayfield got a lot.
Yeah, so
of first and second, which I don't, okay, it makes sense, but not my first choice or second choice.
No. Yeah, I really don't get
if Mayfield got more third-place votes, so he went 10-10-13. If he was like 5-5-23, then DeMar Hamlin wins.
Yeah.
Because then the second place and first place votes probably would have been allocated more to DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah,
Baker Mayfield should not have gotten 10 first place votes.
Yeah, I'm more struggling with Mayfield's breakdown and like the Tua, Brock Purdy.
I understand Tua. I mean,
yeah, but first place
was
votes.
Scary.
Yeah, the first place votes. Like, I don't know. I'm really struggling with the number of first place votes that went.
elsewhere. Brock Purdy got a first place vote by some guy going, well, I mean, he wasn't supposed to be the starter last year, and look what he came from. I mean, it's ridiculous. They're overthinking it.
No, a lot of overthinking.
Yes,
done here on this one.
And then MVP Lamar Jackson ran away with it. Not even close. Almost unanimous. Somebody gave him a third place vote. But out of the 50 votes, he had 49 first-place votes. Dak Prescott finished second. Christian McCaffrey finished third. McCaffrey did end up winning Offensive Player of the Year, which we talked about when we first went through this, that if he didn't win MVP, he's winning Offensive Player of the Year.
So I'm looking at the breakdown of that, the MVP voting. Allen gets that person's first-place vote. Who do you think was second place in front of Lamar?
Wait, say that again?
So the one person that has Lamar third. Josh Allen, but the other first place vote, the one of the 50 went to Josh Allen. So Josh Allen
somebody got a second place vote ahead of Lamar Jackson.
Correct.
I don't know. It would have been, I'm guessing, Purdy or McCaffrey.
I'm thinking McCaffrey, but how did you have
I don't know
Lamar
how you
third?
Lamar dropping third.
All right.
It was 1 or 2 for Lamar. And clearly the voters, 49 of them out of the 50 said first, but yeah, that's.
Oh no, we got it. We got the.
Oh, we know.
There was a follow up from Rob Motti. I'm just not reading. This guy had Josh Allen first and Dak Prescott second.
Okay.
Aaron Schatz. Yeah.
All right. Well.
He's the creator of DVOA. Your favorite stat.
Oh God.
He's the chief analytics officer.
Oh, okay. So loser. I'm done. I don't like him. I will never shake that man's hand.
Yeah, I'm sure the two of you He did tweet out this morning, "It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me."
Yeah, no, I'm never shaking that.
Yeah,
dude's
that
hand.
sound like a guy you would love to hang out
What an
with.
absolute loser. 11 o'clock hour brought to us by Golden Nugget Jewelers. That's where Philly gets engaged. All right, so here's what we got in store for you today. The main topics of the show. Yesterday was the NBA trade deadline. I would love your reactions to it at 610-632-0975. To me, it was a great start, and it ended up being a disappointment. Not because, Jaden Springer, I'm confused by it. Not disappointed. I'm just confused by it. I think campaign is greater than Patrick Beverley, even though I'm sad by it because I love Patrick Beverley. And then Buddy Hield I thought was a great move. But the not getting of a big man as of right now brings me down because I don't think this team is good enough with Paul Reed and Mo Bamba as your two centers until Joel Embiid comes back. So I'd love to know your reaction to the trade deadline. And I want to get a conversation going about Daryl Morey because I know he is not everybody's favorite. And yesterday's trade deadline makes sense for the Sixers, but it wasn't something that I think is making people excited. I don't think many people are excited about what the Sixers did yesterday. And I think we all waited when the season first started. I wonder also how much, if Joel Embiid's healthy right now, would the trade deadline have been bigger for the Sixers, or would it have been about the same? I don't know. I would love to hear what your thoughts are on Daryl Morey after another trade deadline has come and gone for the Sixers. And for the Eagles, will you have someone on Pat Bev first before I get to this Eagles thing?
Yeah, Pat Bev tweeted out, "Somebody tell Campaign to take his physical. I'm trying to play tonight."
That's it.
So,
come on, Cam.
One player at the trade deadline doesn't take their time to get where they need
Pat
to go.
Bev wants to play right away. When it comes to the Eagles, so we have two clips to play for you that I thought were pretty damning of Nick Sirianni, damning of the Eagles organization the last 2 months of the season. Here's Lane Johnson on with Dan Patrick yesterday talking about the collapse for the Birds.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as film piles up, and I feel like really after the 49ers game where, it's kind of them dismantling us, I felt like teams kind of piggybacked off that. So I don't know if it was something we were doing with our scheme-wise. Maybe the teams were on to what we were running, but it was a lot more difficult than what it needed to be because you've seen what the offense has been, and then you see that stretch, and it's, what's going on.
So he's telling you right away that the 49ers, that blueprint quote by Nick Bosa was accurate. But that also tells me that in hindsight, maybe we should have done something after that 49ers game. I don't know as a head coach of a football team how you can't. And my biggest beef this entire time was they never had an answer to anything. You go up against Wink Martindale, and he brings pressure. You play them again 2 weeks later, and you were worse. And then in your playoff game against Todd Bowles, a guy that historically brings pressure, you have no response for it. Your quarterback's running for his life, has nobody to throw to over the middle of the field. That's ridiculous. That was fireable. And yet he's back, Nick Sirianni. And I go, he's back, so I shouldn't waste my energy anymore. But every once in a while, something like that pops up. And I got to hear about how terrible things were after that 49ers game. And he couldn't grab the team and try to pull them all together. Here's Britton Covey with Chase Sr., former intern here at the Fanatic, talking about some other issues that happened with the Eagles the final 2 months.
I definitely think we got emotionally tired from trying to figure out what the problem was. And we kept trying to pinpoint it at this and pinpoint it at this. And there was some miscommunication, I think, from coaches to players. There was some pointing fingers from player to player. And there was kind of letting, outside voices impact our love for the game and just the happiness that we had. And all that combined to really just kind of make us spiral. But honestly, I think that you're going to see a team this year that is going to be like, I'm not letting that same thing happen. And I'm not saying like just on the field performance, but I'm not letting that impact me. I'm not letting this impact me. And I think you're going to see a lot more resilient people, players because of it.
I mean, that's great. Thanks, Britton. I appreciate that. You would know better than I would, okay? I appreciate that. But the fact that it led to this point scares me. It scares me that Nick Sirianni didn't have a handle on the situation. It scares me that word, miscommunication, my God. I mean, you know how the people who were outside the building with the run the ball signs, and then there's that one knucklehead that had the fire Sean Desai sign. Can somebody go out there with the sign that just says miscommunication on it? Because I think that's been the MO at NovaCare this year. Miscommunication. That's awful. I've heard that since week 1. It starts with me. There's miscommunication. It starts with me. All right, then figure it out, dude. You're a head coach of a freaking football team. And he's back. So, all right, now what? Now you have to figure out your communication process with Kellen Moore, with Vic Fangio, how they communicate with Howie Roseman, because clearly Howie Roseman goes above your head. Well, he is above your head because he's the GM, but still. I hear that stuff. I hear miscommunication. I hear pointing of fingers. I hear once again the outside noise. Screw the outside noise. Don't listen to me. Like you play in the NFL. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to what Marcus Hayes is writing. Handle your business. If you handle your business, things aren't said. Things aren't written locally and nationally. And then that leads to the whole, this is why the media is the problem. Seriously? That's not true. That's a cop-out answer. I love Brandon Graham. I still can't get that out of my brain that he said it was media-driven that Sean Desai was fired. Nobody was pining for Matt Patricia. Once the move happened, we talked ourselves into it. But, except for Ray. Talked ourselves into it. Like, all right, maybe he just calls blitzes at better times because he has more experience. It was a disaster afterward. Nobody was happy when Matt Patricia first got hired as the special assistant. We all hated it. We're like, what are you doing here? This guy was a disaster, and Darius Slay doesn't like him, and that's probably a bad message you're sending him. I don't know. That was just, hearing that doesn't make me feel easy. His second half of trying to say that's going to make us more resilient next year. Okay. I guess we'll see in 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, how this team's looking in camp, coming out of camp. What kind of anonymous sources are we hearing? Or is that buttoned back up next year? Nick Sirianni had that stuff buttoned up his first 2 seasons. This is the first year all that stuff started coming out. And once it started coming out, it spiraled out of control. We watched the Eagles lose to the 49ers, and the next day was the anonymous source that spoke with Derek Gunn saying that the offense became too predictable. Dude, that was 2 months, but you had 2 months to figure that out. And they had no answer. That's a problem to me. Do you think at 610-632-0975 the Eagles can fix the things that you just heard talked about? I'm not too thrilled that Nick Sirianni's back. I haven't wavered from that. I won't be. And we'll see how the season goes, and let's see if he can learn. People have the ability to learn from their mistakes. They do. But over the course of 2 months, I've done this 100 times. If you're doing something that that is failing at your job for 2 months, and you don't have any answer, and then your higher up asks you, like, how are you going to fix it? And you don't even have what seems to be an answer. How many people keep their jobs? I don't know. All right, Ray. So here's what we got. Coming up at noon, Flyers Stadium Series tickets. So we'll do that next. Coming up at 12 o'clock, which is a really cool event. It's our final day of giving away the pairs of tickets for here on this show. And then the best show ever, we'll give one more chance at 4 o'clock. So make sure you check that out. Also, coming up next, I have awesome audio for you that puts somebody in a terrible situation. And I'll be honest, kind of feel bad for the guy. Somebody was put on the spot, and I don't think they handled themselves all that well. But we're going to have to discuss this because I don't think we always know exactly what our spouses do, right? Christy, for example, she knows I work in radio. She knows that I talk sports for a living. She doesn't know half the stuff I do behind the scenes. We talk about it, but like sometimes it might go in one ear, one out the other. She is a nurse. She will come home from work. Oh man, I did and then it's like an 8-syllable surgery. And I'm like, oh, what does that mean? So I don't know everything that she does at work. She doesn't know everything I do at work. Somebody was put on the spot. And I don't think the answer was all that great, but I kind of feel bad for him. Now, before we go to break, Ray, I'm going to give you another prop. So I'm going to move on from the Usher props for right now.
Oh, man.
I got a bit. I mean, this is a huge document of props. Let's see here. All right. The Gronk kick of destiny.
Oh.
Hold on. Will he make or miss? I'll ask you first.
He has to make it this year.
Okay. Never mind that. Oh, I'm sorry. The question is specifically, if he misses, how will he miss?
Oh, okay. He won't.
There is no he won't.
Okay. Then he misses.
So
he went wide right last year or
Yes.
wide left?
Wide right.
Okay, then
Wide left. It was wide left. I
Wide
always think about the.
so he is going to go
Vikings.
wide right this year if he misses.
Okay. So wide right is plus 225. The favorite is wide left at plus 175.
Overcorrection. Come on, people.
Hits crossbar plus 275.
Oh.
Hits left upright plus 400. Right upright plus 450. Short plus 450.
Short is an interesting one.
Short, that's good value bet right
I
there.
could see him tripping and falling.
Yeah. Or just he's misses the football, the right mark of it. Maybe he tops it. Maybe kicks the. How many times have you kicked the liner, right?
Yeah.
We're not professional kickers, neither is he.
I think the wide right to me makes the most sense because anytime you see someone doing something they're not particularly comfortable or good at, the overcorrection is usually the way that they fail.
Okay.
Like watch me take a free throw.
Yeah, but he's got to
for
do this.
example.
He's got to do this one for Apollo, man.
I understand that, but that doesn't really take away from the fact that he is not a kicker. And if he's going to miss, I think he's making it. But if he's going to miss, I think it's going to be wide to the right.
Okay. All right. So if you call in at 610-632-0975 and talk about our Sixers topic, our Eagles topic, at the end of your call, I will give you another one of these prop bets. I have a bunch of them, and it has nothing to do with the game itself, so we'll have some fun with it. I'm Andrew Salchun. It's the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A busy deadline day. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes. Jackson Hewitt offers you your biggest refund guaranteed or your money back plus $100. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today. The 76ers were active yesterday at the NBA's trade deadline. They acquired Buddy Hield from the Pacers for Marcus Morris, Furkan Korkmaz, and 3 second-round picks. They then traded Daniel House and a second-round pick to the Pistons, giving them some roster flexibility as they begin to search for options in the buyout market. The one they've been linked to the most is Kyle Lowry, assuming he becomes available from the Charlotte Hornets. 76ers also acquired Campaign and a second-round pick from the Bucks in exchange for Patrick Beverley. Finally, they dealt Jaden Springer to the Celtics for a second-round pick. As for the Sixers on the floor, well, they return to the floor tonight at 7 o'clock against the Atlanta Hawks. You catch the live call of the game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers beat the Jets 4-1 last night. Flyers jumped out early on the Jets, scoring 3 goals in the first period en route to their second consecutive win. Travis Konechny registered a Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period, while both Ryan Poling and Morgan Frost had a goal and an assist apiece. The Flyers return to the ice on Saturday at 7 o'clock against the Seattle Kraken. Catch the live call on WMMR. And, of course, it's Super Bowl weekend. Chiefs, 49ers in Las Vegas. Let's go, Chiefs. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Tyrone Johnson and the best show ever.
You don't know about locker room chemistry. I'm sure they didn't hate Pat Bev, but Pat Bev doesn't make the 3-ball anymore. Campaign does.
The real and inside story on the Sixers and the trade deadline.
Marcus Morris now gets an opportunity where he can go somewhere and play. You get Buddy Hield back. He's a pure three-point shooter. A player that their fans in Philadelphia have wanted for years.
Weekday afternoons 2 to 6. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Andrew, want to win tickets to a Sixers game? Well, join me and our friends from Corona at Maxie's Pizza and Bar on Temple University's campus this Saturday night from 7 to 9 before the Sixers take on the Wizards. Enjoy $5 Corona bottles and get hyped up with our crew. Win great prizes, including tickets to an upcoming Sixers game. I cannot wait for this. I'm rocking the Temple sweater for a reason today, Ray. Ray Dunn will be in attendance with me tomorrow, and it's going to be even bigger than that. Some of your classmates, former classmates, some of my former classmates. I have family coming. My wife, my sister, my brother-in-law, some of my closest friends from outside of Temple days that fell in love with the bar when they would come and visit. They're coming. Maxie's is the spot to be, man. I can't wait for this. It says 7 to 9. I'm telling you right now, I am not leaving at 9 o'clock. So don't miss out on a great time this Saturday from 7 to 9 with Corona. And until God knows when with me at Maxie's Pizza and Bar. It's 97.5 The Fanatic Sixers pregame party at Maxie's Pizza and Bar on Temple University's campus. Corona is an official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers. It's the Phila Cerveza. For details, go to the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com.
Home field advantage in the NFL playoffs is earned by having a superior regular season record, and it's an opportunity to reward teams who played the best over 17 weeks with an edge. Unfortunately, the NFL TV contracts feel these teams need an additional edge. The Packers, Bills, and Bucks all ended up playing on short weeks in the divisional round. The Monday night wildcard game should be scrapped. It's a huge disadvantage. Playing late Sunday and then traveling to play Saturday? Well, that isn't fair either.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As one era ends, a new one begins. At the conclusion of the Overwatch League, Blizzard Entertainment teased that this wasn't the end of Overwatch esports. This week, the next step was unveiled with the announcement of the Overwatch Champions Series. This new esports league will function like many others, as any team within a region can enter qualifiers and climb their way to the top. Who knows if the top players will return?
The latest esports and gaming news. Find it online at checkpointxp.com.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-549-TERM. 866-549-TERM. 866-549-TERM.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let PJ Wellahans handle your party for the big game with to-go crowd pleaser classics, including famous wings, fries, chicken tenders, buffalo chicken wraps, and more. Go to pjspub.com for your game day special.
Don't miss the Sports Investors Daily Radio Show. Host Chris Hodge breaks down college and pro games from a gambling perspective every Saturday and Sunday morning at 8 on the Fanatic.
Wise Snacks is giving away authentic pro football jerseys to 100 lucky fans. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise Snacks. Go to wisegameday.com for your chance to win.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
WPEN and WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios. Powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 11:51 on this Fanatic Friday, a Fanatic Super Bowl Friday, because the Super Bowl takes place on Sunday. Now, Ray, big day here at the Fanatic and the building, at the Beasley, Philadelphia Beasley portion, because we have the other stations, MMR, XTU, Ben, MGK, right? And that's of course here, WPEN Philadelphia. The potluck will be starting at 12 o'clock. Now, of course, they don't listen. They don't take us into account. The potluck starts at 12. We'll still be on the air until 12:10. I know, cry me a river. But these radio people are just scoundrels, and they will eat everything. There will be nothing left when we go. So I had to peruse. So I walked in there, and there are people hard at work. Rachel Pitts does a tremendous job with our digital content. She brought her own air fryer in. Wow. Like, some people are going above and beyond with this. Stacey McKinney, part of our payroll, she made a Swiss cheese dip. Ooh. Now, if you know me, I am a dipsman.
Yes.
It's cold food, number one. Dips are number two, right?
He did eat soup this morning.
And you and I had an interesting cold food conversation. You're starting to come on over. I'm proud of you.
I'm getting lazy in my old age.
I see. You guys slept on it. I invented it.
Not better.
Some aspects of life it is. So the Swiss cheese dip by Stacey McKinney was just tremendous. Tony, she's doing a charcuterie board with very nice Italian meats and cheeses and olives, right? She lives in the city, so I'm sure she, hit up one of the famous spots. Now, we have a problem child on our hands here. So, let me just first say, I appreciate the contribution. Right? First things first. Contributing is incredible.
Yeah, considering I didn't. I know I did not.
Don't worry, I didn't either.
Okay. Because we were on the air. By the time
we're on the
by
air.
By the time we get in there, it's going to be gone.
Yeah. I think I brought some pistachios. Maybe I could just throw them in there.
I just went and got cups for this side of the building.
That's good.
So that's my contribution.
So Silvana, who I love, is just doing a tremendous job. She got hired a couple months ago, right? Still doing great. Learning. She learned a lesson. A big one. Very important. But she's on the bad side for me for a little bit. Reply all email to the company. You can't do it.
Not only the reply all. A reply all at 9.
Yeah, late at night.
On a Thursday.
Yeah, late at night.
That was tough.
Yeah, she replied all to the potluck email, which, look, it's fine. She replied all that she's bringing cookies. And look, I appreciate the contribution, but you can't reply all. It's the biggest rule in my book.
Even worse. The reply all is bad. There's just layers to how bad this is.
Yes.
It's the reply all the night before the potluck, RSVPing to the potluck.
Yes.
With cookies. And for me, I have to say, this was unfortunately something I saw coming. Because after she got done the Flyers highlight shift, I got a text, look what I got for the potluck tomorrow. Basically, making me feel bad about the fact that
you're not bringing something that she is.
I then get the just overjoyed feeling of seeing an email pop through that she had RSVP'd to the potluck, because that's me knowing she just hit reply all.
She hit reply all,
and while she's trying to make me feel a little uneasy about my standing with everyone else for not bringing anything, she just immediately lost points across the board.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's not just you and I. It's the whole company now thinks less of her.
It's kind of crazy because there's definitely someone down at XTU that was like, oh, geez.
I don't even know this person.
What are they doing?
I'm upset.
Right. I mean, again, I operate under the understanding that every time I walk around here that's not in this, like today, we went and got the soup from MMR.
Yes.
They think that I'm just a lost college kid. So that's the way I continue. Luke and Chloe, they stopped by today.
Yeah,
know them
sure
from Temple.
did.
Yeah, great to see them. former Kincaid students at Temple, good friends of mine from my days at Temple. I just assume everyone thinks that I'm on that type of visit every time I go to a station that's not 97.5.
You're employed here.
I am, but it's a surprise to a lot of people.
Yeah, but the reply all email is just something that absolutely needs to be
brutal.
Fixed.
Tough look for Silvana.
You can't. Yeah, there's
tough.
a walk of shame that needs to happen. All right, so before we get to the Stadium Series, because we have the Stadium Series coming up at 12, Jeff McClain put out an article. Jordan Mailata also spoke at the Super Bowl because, if you're not in it, you're there to talk and promote things, apparently. So he was asked about Brian Johnson's firing, and he said, quote, has to be a finger pointed somewhere. Am I missing something with Brian Johnson? Like, I know that Nick Sirianni is the game planner, but Brian Johnson is the play caller, and the play calls were terrible. But also, Nick Sirianni, we're making the joke that he got carried by Shane Steichen, right? Like, that's been something that people have pointed out, that Shane Steichen is the reason why the Eagles offense had success. Well, that means he had a good working relationship, and also that means that Shane Steichen may have had brighter ideas that made Nick Sirianni rethink his thoughts on things. I don't understand. Now, look, Jordan Mailata is not going to rip his former OC, right? But I just feel like that's also been like a kind of a national sentiment that Brian Johnson took the fall. Did he do anything that made me other than the fact that people were calling him a future head coaching candidate? He did such a great job that he's now an offensive assistant. He's not even another OC.
Yeah, but where was the finger going to be pointed? You paid the quarterback. The head coach had to make changes. Ultimately, do I think that bringing Brian Johnson back and just running it back with those three is the brain trust? That throw Alex Tanny in there for it. Why not? The four of them, from head coach, offensive coordinator, quarterback's coach, quarterback. Bringing all four back and run it back with them. Do I think that was a good idea? No. Do I think bringing back Nick Sirianni was a good idea? No. But at some point, if you're going to say, okay, Sirianni, you can stay. There's no win for Brian Johnson in this scenario with the way this season ends. It's not to say that he did a wonderful job, but it does feel like he ends up the scapegoat of everything because it's the plug and play thing. It's okay. This worked with Shane Steichen. It doesn't work with you. Let's see if. Again, I think we'll see with time. I think the comparison that Pat Egan makes with Sean McDermott is probably a very fair one, where at some point Brian Johnson could grow into something, this NFL coach. But Brian Johnson was tasked with a Super Bowl caliber offense in his first year as an offensive coordinator.
And it did not go well. It did not play to the level of expectations. You can give me all the numbers, all the bells and whistles that you want. It didn't look like you saw it.
But
you saw it. The eye test didn't tell you that they were playing well offensively.
It's not to say that he should be here right now. But it is to say that when it comes down to it, the fact that one person lost their job, and again, if you want to throw Tanny in there, two people lost their jobs over a collective broken brain trust. You can't fire Jalen Hurts. You could have fired Nick Sirianni, but
you could have, yeah. And they didn't. I still think that's a mistake.
And now it'll be interesting to see, the way they end up rolling with this new brain trust,
right?
Because now it's basically Sirianni here. You've got Moore, Nussmeier, who work hand in hand.
Yep.
And you got Hurts. And they have to bridge the gap between Sirianni and Hurts and also find a way to make everything work in that room.
Yeah, the relationship that needs nurturing, according to Jeff.
It's going to be a fun dance.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, we'll continue this conversation, but it's time now to give away some Flyers tickets.
To the shot, he scores!
97.5 The Fanatic.
All righty. I need caller number 9. Caller number 9 to the contest line right now, 215-263-0975. Caller number 9 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Caller number 9 will win a pair of tickets to see the Flyers take on the Devils this Saturday, February 17th at MetLife Stadium as a part of the 2024 Navy Federal Credit Union NHL Stadium Series. Such a cool event to be at, something that I have not had the luxury of being at yet. So that's something that will be a bucket list item. Going to a hockey game at the Link at Citizens Bank Park, but in this case, MetLife Stadium. You're hitting the road, driving on up to MetLife to see the Flyers take on the Devils 2 Saturdays from now. Caller number 9, 215-263-0975. Our last giveaway of the week. And the last giveaway for the entire station will be coming up at 4 o'clock, 4 hours from now, with the best show ever. Let's go back to the phone, 610-632-0975. Coming up later this segment, I'm going to play you some audio from Radio Row that puts somebody in a horrible situation. Let's go to Mike and Delran. What up, Mike?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing?
Yo, shame on you two for giving that poor girl a hard time about a reply all when you two didn't bring nothing today.
Yeah,
You brought nothing.
I forgot.
You're deflecting on your own mistakes.
No, reply all emails, number one.
No, but listen, reply all email, everyone eye rolls. I get it. But she's only been here for a few months. She brought something. Tunis, you're the longest tenured on-air guy on this station.
Second, behind Pat Egan.
Behind Pat Egan. But you brought nothing, bro.
I'm on the air. I'm busy.
But, dude, that's just
The potluck started 2 minutes ago.
I hope everything's gone when you guys go there because you didn't bring anything.
Oh, man.
All right, guys.
How dare you?
You know I love you guys.
I love
Come
you,
on,
too.
man. Hey, you know what? I said it over the week. Yeah, I said it over the weekend with the new guy. I think it was last weekend.
Bill Colarulo.
Yeah, Bill. Yeah. I feel like the end of last season was like one of the first times since Sirianni gave up play calling that he had adversity, right? And he had two not really helping much. But you know what I mean? Like I just feel like it'll be different. I feel like if Fangio and Kellen Moore were there this season, that 1-6 slide doesn't happen.
Right, but here's part of the 1-6 slide was also everything that was going on inside the locker room, right? Which fell under Nick Sirianni's watch. So, look,
agreed.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, right? Because I don't take away previous success. He did get to the Super Bowl. I said when that anonymous source came out after the 49ers game, I remember saying to Ray, wow, this is interesting. This is the first time I remember hearing something come out of the locker room, right? Usually, everything under Sirianni has been closed lip this entire time.
Right.
And then but then it continued over a span of 2 months.
I think part of that is you had coordinators that didn't know how to help stop that. I don't think things start coming out of the locker room if you had 2 seasoned coordinators when things started going bad. I mean, you got to think about it. Things went bad right after you came off 2 big come from behind wins.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have happened.
No, that shouldn't have happened. And that showed thanks for the call, man. That showed that there was some sort of I almost want to go weak mentality inside NovaCare. Like, I'm sorry to be harsh. Like, they were 10-1. They lost the game and they completely blew up. Like, they got punched in the mouth by you call the Niners the bully or maybe the Eagles were the bully and they got because they won in the NFC Championship game. And then they got told to, meet you in the schoolyard. And then they go out there and they lose in front of everybody. And then they just weren't the same afterward. You get where I'm going at with this?
Yeah, it was a team that had doubts about itself. The way they talk about the bully, well, the bully is really someone that's insecure, that's projecting out on someone else.
Right.
The Eagles felt like a group that was not secure in the fact that you were 10-1. When we talk about, it's a 10-1 football team, we start picking it apart. It's, I can't. How can you not be excited at 10-1? Which, by the way, I was.
Right.
I'll be the first to admit.
But part of the excitement was that they kept on finding ways to win. As ugly as it was, it's not like the Chiefs are a bad football team. They're in the Super Bowl. It's not like the Bills are a bad Super Bowl. They won their division, right? Like, these teams that it was ugly. They still came from behind and won. They beat the team that's once again in the Super Bowl.
But it shows you that this team was doubting itself.
Yeah, because the second they lose to the 49ers, they peed themselves. Like, it shows that it was a weak-minded locker room. I'll be harsh about it. It shows that it was a weak-minded locker room. That the second they lost a football game and got embarrassed the way that they did, it wasn't like, all right, guys, let's get together and let's figure out a way to come back. No, they then got embarrassed by the Dallas Cowboys. Then they blew a game against the Seattle Seahawks. And then eventually they finally start talking some smack about the Cardinals, right? We're going to show Jonathan Gannon. And you lost. So the first time you showed any sort of, we'll show them, you lost that game. That it shows that there's a lot of issues inside that locker room, whether that's coaches, whether that's veteran leadership, whether that's some of the younger players not buying in or being ignorant to, what some of the veterans have done. Like, because there's finger pointing, right? So finger pointing could be quarterback to wide receiver, or it could be young player to vet, or it could be player to coach, player to coordinator. Could be a lot of things. But the fact that you start having it the second you lost your second game of the season, you lost 3 games in the previous season, 3, 2 of which were with your backup quarterback. The second you lost your second game of the season, you allowed yourselves to completely blow up from within, and then I got to hear how it's outside noises. Stop that. Had nothing to do with outside noises. Had everything to do with you. Sorry.
I don't think you're over it yet.
No, I'm not. I will never forgive them for this.
I know.
I will never forgive them for this. They were 10-1. They had a historic collapse. Something that we had not seen since the 1986 New York Jets. 86 or 89. I know I was corrected at one point. One of the two.
Yes.
86 or 89. All right. Since the 80s. Since the 80s, we hadn't seen a collapse like that where a team started 10-1 and didn't finish with more than 11 wins. 40 years, people. And the first all-time with what? 17 games, as you pointed out once. That's horrible. Now, speaking of losers, the 49ers are losers. Have you seen the latest excuse? Built-in excuse.
Oh, they've jumped to another one?
Yeah, so we had the built-in excuse of the practice field.
And they were still complaining about it.
Being too spongy. And the complaints have never stopped. A fire alarm was pulled inside their team hotel last night. Or at 6 in the morning. So that's not even like...
At 6?
That's not, that's...
Oh.
I'm up before 6.
What are we doing here? 6 o'clock for a fire alarm? Listen, 49ers, I was on the road this past month.
Yeah.
And I got to the hotel at 2 in the morning.
Yes, you did.
And that was because of travel.
And you kept on grinding?
I want to make it very clear. 2 o'clock in the morning. And it was different time zones, so it was even later in my mind.
Yes, that's right.
And the fire alarm went off at 4 in the morning. And I had to be awake and out of practice by 8. And I don't play sports, so I understand someone's out there like, wow, you're really comparing your experience? I am.
Yeah, but you're calling sports, Ray.
Yeah. It's very, very taxing.
You don't think of the little man.
They don't. And that was on a game day.
It's just annoying. Like, we got another built-in excuse.
Friday.
And apparently Nick Bosa brought up, when they were here in Philadelphia for the NFC Championship game, somebody pulled the fire alarm. So he dropped the whole, this has happened before. Not that I'm making any excuses. You're already putting in built-in excuses. It's ridiculous. Just play the freaking game. You guys talk about how talented you are all the time. Stop that. Go Chiefs, like you've been saying in your update. Speaking of the Chiefs, I want to play this for you. Travis Kelce was placed in a horrible situation. Horrible situation. He was asked a question. You know how the Best Show Ever does, name that song, but sometimes they do the version where you have to finish the lyric? Well, somebody asked Travis Kelce to finish a lyric of a singer that I'm sure you can guess who that is. Take a listen.
I was wondering if you can help me complete this lyric here. Karma is the guy on the...
Chiefs, of course.
Finish it. Coming straight.
What's the second question?
So she asked him to continue the song, continue the lyric of a Taylor Swift song. A Taylor Swift song that she updated the whole Chiefs angle on behalf of her boyfriend, Travis Kelce. Should Travis Kelce be able to sing the majority of most songs that his girlfriend produces? Like she is Taylor Swift. Or shame on the reporter for putting him on that spot. We need to have this conversation because this is about love here. Travis Kelce is dating Taylor Swift. He does not have to like her music, in my opinion. Do you think he has to like her music?
No.
All right. So if he doesn't like her music, he doesn't need to know the words.
Yeah.
They're not together because he is NFL superstar and she is superstar singer-songwriter. Obviously, that's part of the reason why they are together, because the regular Joe's not dating Taylor Swift and the regular Joe's not dating Travis Kelce, regular Jane, right? But does he have to know the rest of that lyric? I say shame on the reporter for putting on that spot, because what if he has to go to dinner now? And Taylor goes, hey, I heard you don't know my music. You know, the Swifties, they could turn on a dime. We have to discuss this further. 610-632-0975. Let me ask you another one. Which AB in beverage brand ad will run first? Your three options: Bud Light, Michelob Ultra, or Budweiser.
Ooh. Let's go Michelob Ultra.
Plus 140. Bud Light to me is a lock at plus 125.
Wow, plus money for the Bud Light?
Yeah. To me, that's a lock.
That's some good juice right there.
Because obviously they had an interesting year last year. And I think they're going to try to go big on the Super Bowl.
They did. Who did they have the commercial? Was it Peyton Manning? Was he the one tossing out they got the case from the bar and he was tossing out? Was that Bud Light?
Maybe. I know Eli does the Corona.
Oh, wow. Little battle.
Yes.
For the rights to the Manning family.
I think Bud Light's a lock.
I went to the Manning Sports Bar down in New Orleans.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it was a nice place.
World
Good burger.
traveler Ray Dunn.
Good burger. Didn't get any booze.
I want to get your reaction to this. Like, does Travis Kelce need to know the lyrics from Taylor Swift? I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big talking point. Half the talking point's not even about the game going into this Sunday, whether you like that or not. And we'll continue the conversation about the Sixers and the Eagles.
Whether you like it or not.
I have something for you that I want to give to you on the other side. We've been talking about our thoughts on the Sixers trade deadline moves and lack thereof. Well, what does some of the national media think? I'll tell you that next, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers active at the deadline. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Netcoins. Take advantage of zero funding fees, fast trading, plus a $25 credit with code NFL 2024. Netcoins, crypto investing made easy. Download the app today on netcoins.com. 76ers made a couple of deals at yesterday's NBA trade deadline. First off, they acquired Buddy Hield from the Pacers for Marcus Morris, Furkan Korkmaz, and 3 second-round picks. They also traded Daniel House and a second-round pick to the Pistons, giving themselves a little roster flexibility. And with that, they're expected to be active on the buyout market. The name that's come up the most, Kyle Lowry, assuming he is bought out by the Charlotte Hornets. 76ers also acquired Campaign and a second-round pick from the Bucks in exchange for Patrick Beverley. Finally, they dealt Jaden Springer to the Celtics for a second-round pick. The Sixers back in action tonight at 7 o'clock against the Hawks. You catch the live call that game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers beat the Jets 4-1 last night. Flyers jumped out early in front of the Jets, scoring 3 goals in the first period en route to their second consecutive win. Travis Konecny registered a Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period, while both Ryan Poling and Morgan Frost had a goal and an assist apiece. The Flyers returned to the ice Saturday at 7 o'clock against the Seattle Kraken. Catch the live call on WMMR. And of course, in the sports world, it's Super Bowl weekend. Chiefs, 49ers in Las Vegas. Go Chiefs. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
This afternoon at 4:45, Sixers president of basketball operations Daryl Morey meets with the media to review the latest moves by the team. Hear his remarks on Philly Sports Station for breaking news. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Andrew. Last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2. You can play along. Just choose if Gronk will make or miss. I am team make this year. I think he does it for Apollo, man. Get your free pick in right. If you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Get in on all the action when Gronk takes a shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether you're team make or team miss, just head to the FanDuel Sportsbook app to get your pick in. It's free. Totally free. Then tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're correct. New to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic to sign up and make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. No purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Prize issued is non-trouble bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This winter, cozy up to a home that's perfectly yours with Preferred Pros. From skilled craftsmen and expert designers to top veterinarians and relaxing pools and spas, we've got the best recommendations for you. Let us help you make your dream project a reality. Your home, your life, our professionals. Connect with Preferred Pros you can trust.
A new cooling and heating system from WM Henderson Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing is backed by an up to 10-year warranty, no hassle financing, and installation as soon as the next day.
Zoom Drain and Sewer Service of South Jersey provides drain and sewer cleaning services to homeowners, hospitality managers, plumbing contractors, and property managers in the South Jersey area.
Volpe Enterprises. It's time to make your windows remarkable and affordable. Call Volpe Enterprises. 1-855-GO-VOLPE.
Check out Preferred Pros today. This paid program is sponsored by businesses highly rated by actual customers. For more details on Preferred Pros, visit 975thefanatic.com.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
My name is Dustin. I'm the head designer for Cody James Black Boots, and this is Behind the Design with Boot Barn. The objective with this new line was basically to create a collection of boots that were going to be elevated, quality made, using the finest materials and craftsmanship available. Some of the key quality construction details that carry throughout the line would be premium cowhide lining, hand-nailed leather soles, and simplistic design. Cody James Black, only at Boot Barn.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Keller from David Auto, and what a great time to be a Philly sports fan. Man, I love Philly sports, and I love being your car dealer. Getting my clients the cars they want at the right price is a passion of mine. Cars for every facet of your life, and some of the hottest cars on the planet. So if you're listening, I can be your dealer. For years, you've told me how to be your dealer. I'm just the guy that listens. Enjoy your family, your friends, and our Philly sports, and when you need me and my amazing team, we'll be there for you. Because after all, I have always been your car dealer. You just didn't know it.
Sports bettors make money with VegasMistake.com. The wrong team is favored, and you need to bet on our top play from VegasMistake.com. Discover where the odds makers have screwed up, and you can profit. They cost less than $4 a day for a whole month of betting picks at VegasMistake.com. Get the pick where the wrong team is favored. Don't miss out on this unique sports betting opportunity. Sign up online at VegasMistake.com, the more intelligent way to bet, where we outmaneuver the odds makers at their own game. Hurry, the odds are shifting. Sign up now for less than $4 a day at VegasMistake.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
On your way home this afternoon, the best show ever starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 12:20. 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas on the Midday Show, 12 o'clock hour. Brought to us by our friends at Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at ServiceFirstHVAC.com, and it is a Fanatic Friday. Love that it is a Friday. Great time for the weekend. Fanatic Friday presented by Pumpman Philly for 24/7 emergency repair or pump replacement. Count on Pumpman Philly, the guys that know how to fix your flow. What we've talked about so far today has been about the Sixers and about the Eagles. Man, I still get heated about this Eagles team. I'm not going to lie. The Eagles have been based off of two clips that we've been playing for you. Britton Covey, punt returner, as you know, gave a very honest answer as to why the Eagles sort of had their downfall, and it was even more damning to Nick Sirianni being I can't say bad head coach, but a guy that lost the locker room, which makes me very concerned about things moving forward. And the other one was Lane Johnson talking about how the 49ers did indeed put the blueprint out there. And the fact that they did indeed put the blueprint out there, well, then you had 2 months to figure that out. And they didn't, and they did nothing different, which bothers me still. So I want to ask you regarding the Eagles at 610-632-0975, are the Eagles going to be able to fix these inside the building issues? Britton Covey's talking about finger pointing. The second they lost their second game of the season was when anonymous sources already started leaking. The second one bad thing happened, it all went to hell? Really? Is that going to be fixed over one offseason? I got Jeff McClain on this station a couple of times with me saying that Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, their relationship needs to be nurtured. Man, they were in the Super Bowl just last year. A year ago today, we're talking about Eagles-Chiefs, Super Bowl 57. And 1 year later, we're talking Niners-Chiefs, Chiefs back in it, and Niners seem to be worlds ahead of the Eagles all of a sudden. Which we're going to get into later on this show about where the Eagles stand compared to Kansas City and San Francisco. Because next year is once again about the Super Bowl. Next year's not a rebuild year. Next year's not let's just hope that they get to the second round. Next year is going to be once again a Super Bowl or bust kind of show or kind of season. Don't think we're going to escape that. That's where we're going to be next year. The offense is too talented for it to have been run as poorly as it was last year. So you bring in Kellen Moore in hopes that they can change the offense. Defensively, yeah, the talent is lacking, but this offseason, Howie Rosen better get to work. And you know that once he makes a move or two, all of a sudden, we're going to be back on the Super Bowl bandwagon. Sucks that they're not in this weekend. The other conversations about the Sixers, your reaction to what they did at the deadline, what they didn't do at the deadline yesterday. Once more, I'm thrilled with Buddy Hield. I'm not going to miss Furkan Korkmaz and second-round picks. I'm bummed out that Marcus Morris and Patrick Beverley were both traded yesterday, but Buddy Hield is a more necessary piece than Marcus Morris is on this team. And then when it comes to Patrick Beverley, Cam Payne is a more necessary piece of this team than Patrick Beverley. The only one that really confused me was the Jaden Springer move. For the life of me, I don't really understand it. Not that I was in love with Jaden Springer. I just don't get why you would trade a kid who's costing you next to nothing in return for a second-round pick, and you're giving him to the Boston Celtics, which kind of does freak me out a little bit. So the question is what your reaction is to the Sixers trade deadline and where you're at with Daryl Morey, because yesterday, as the show continued, more and more Daryl Morey hate or dislike started coming out from some of the callers. Well, let's see what they're thinking nationally, okay? So first things first, ESPN Kevin Pelton did the winners and losers of the trade deadline. The Sixers aren't mentioned for either. It almost seems like Kevin Pelton's saying, yeah, the Sixers are kind of the same team, and we'll see what they look like once Joel Embiid comes back. Yahoo Sports has the Sixers as a winner. Yahoo Sports, of course, where Jake Fisher is, and Jake Fisher does a tremendous job covering the NBA. So here's the write-up in regards to the Sixers. They say the Sixers are winners, Ray. It wasn't the brand of star hunting that Daryl Morey likely envisioned with the extra first-round picks and expiring contract he got in that Halloween Harden deal. But I liked Philly bringing in Buddy Hield for 2 expiring contracts, 3 future second-round picks, and our old pal cash considerations. Partly because of what Hield can offer on the court, and partly because of what making a run at him says about how the Sixers continue to view themselves even as their MVP recuperates following the meniscus surgery. So that's the first paragraph. In response to that, they gave up an expiring contract, 2 expiring contracts, one of which just completely stinks at basketball, got bought out, hasn't been picked up yet. And the second-round picks, I understand that those are valuable assets to have for trades, but 2 of them are from 2029. They're going to get 20. Trust me, you already saw with the Jaden Springer trade, Daryl Morey is going to be able to recoup second-round picks as the seasons continue. I don't think the current trades the current draft picks that they have will remain the same. They might still move on from some draft picks during the offseason. They're probably going to gain some more. So I'm cool with what's that said, and I like that they wrote about going after Hield adds more assurance that Joel Embiid is going to be back. So that to me is exciting. Second paragraph, Sixers entered Thursday ranked 19th in team three-point percentage, which is what we've talked about. 26th in three-point attempts per game, and dead last in the NBA in the share of its shots that come from behind the arc. So there's more to it, but let's break that down first, right? Without Joel Embiid, they're not going to be able to get as many open looks. So the team being ranked 19th in three-point shooting percentage, that might only get worse now that Embiid's out. They say that they're 26th in three-point attempts per game and dead last in the share of its shots that come from behind the arc. Well, the reason being is Joel Embiid lives in the mid-range. Joel Embiid attacks the basket. Joel Embiid either makes his attack to the basket or gets fouled and goes to the free throw line. So to me, that's not a shock. That's one of those, I didn't know the number. I see the number. I'm not surprised by it, that they're that low in terms of attempts. Obviously, you would wish the percentage to be up higher because if you're not taking as many attempts from three, you would want them to still be in the top half of the league, not 19th. But all right, so be it. So they continue. This is a team that outside of ascendant all-star point guard Tyrese Maxey and 3-and-D chaos agent DeAnthony Melton lacks high volume, high accuracy, low conscious shooters. Enter Hield, who has shot 39% or better from deep in 6 of 8 pro seasons, who's shooting 38.4 from deep on nearly 10 attempts per 36, and whose willingness to fire from anywhere at any time against any coverage demands constant defensive attention. So, again, yes, I'm bummed out Marcus Morris had to be a casualty in the trade. I'm thrilled Furkan's gone. I know 3 second-round picks may seem like a lot because the second-round pick is like gold. You need a Buddy Hield type player on your team, especially with Joel Embiid. When you have Joel Embiid on your squad, you need guys that can hit three-point shots. That's why George Niang was such a disaster for you, because he couldn't do anything else other than shoot the three ball. And he was so bad at it during the playoffs last year that hurt the team's flow offensively. Ben Simmons, once you saw that he was going to have zero offensive game, you had to move on from him. James Harden, when he was able to shoot from three consistently and shoot it well, that's when you see the 30-point games out of him and the Sixers winning easily. When he had tired legs, they were in trouble. And there were times where he was not willing to shoot the three. And I know that they mentioned DeAnthony Melton in here, but I don't really want DeAnthony Melton taking that many threes unless he's open. You need Buddy Hield. Finally, they put something in about Halliburton. That sure sounds like the kind of dude that star players accustomed to seeing multiple defenders sitting in their laps would love to play with. Dudes like, say, Tyrese Halliburton, who recently offered effusive praise of Hield's impact on Indiana's elite offense. For what it's worth, the Pacers scored nearly 120 points per 100 when Hield was on the floor without Halliburton this season. Gravity matters. It's not hard to imagine Maxey benefiting from that kind of gravity, whether Hield spotting up on the weak side of the action, pulling a help defender out of Maxey's path as he prepares to rev up the engine on a downhill drive, or for that matter, whether Hield's ambling up to get a ghost screen on Maxi's man before flaring out to the wing, that kind of inverted pick and rolls with which Halliburton and briefly Siakam made hay in Indiana, and that could make it awfully tough for defenses to blitz and trap the ball out of Maxi's hands without feeling 3 points of pain on the back end of the transaction. So it almost became a Halliburton-Maxi sort of deal. Buddy Hield played well with the Indiana Pacers. Not well enough where they felt the need to hold on to him, which is why they traded him. Remember yesterday, part of the reason why I read that is that the guru, who's somebody who's not a fan of Daryl Morey, loves Tyrese Halliburton, wishes the Sixers trade for him, getting rid of Joel Embiid, all this kind of stuff, right? Well, I wonder if Maxey and Buddy Hield together can be a strong enough pairing until Joel Embiid's back. What do you think about that, Ray?
That's the bet they made.
Do you feel like they will?
I feel like I'm not going to be as frustrated watching this offense, which is a nice way of saying I don't feel too encouraged about their ability to hang on to where they are. Their best, I guess, thing going for them right now is the ground they have in the standings at this very moment and what it would take for them to fall below the line of which we would get concerned.
Well, it's not that high. They're only 3 up of the first play-in team.
Yeah, but that also requires those play-in teams to play above 3 games above the Sixers.
Yeah, they would have to. Right, they would have to win games, but the Sixers are kind of spiraling right now, right? And you mentioned the offense without Joel Embiid. We know that this offense can't operate as well without Joel Embiid. The question is Buddy Hield going to be enough of an impact? Again, I'm not asking for him to score 30, but he needs to. Tyrese Maxey needs help.
Yeah, no, it's opening up a lot for Maxey. Like that's the big piece of what
because
this
everybody. One of my problems with the trade Embiid crowd built around Maxey, I think Maxey is a hell of an NBA player, right? All-star. I think it's also safe to say that he benefits from playing with Joel Embiid. You've now seen without Joel Embiid, point totals down because he is now the focal point of opposing defenses. Like I think there was a lot of people that thought once Joel Embiid got hurt, all right, Maxey's got this. He's going to carry the team. And he scores 51 against the Jazz, right? Well, once teams realize we can just go after this guy, and all right, we'll let Tobias Harris beat us, or we'll let Kelly Oubre beat us, right? Then you start getting into that trouble zone, and hopefully Buddy Hield helps him out a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean the alternative, like we're talking about a Maxey Springer starting backcourt, like you're not respecting Springer's offensive game. That's just not the way that's going to work out. So. You have Hield out there. They have to respect the offensive game there. And if they're going to try and cheat over and take something away from Maxey, whether it be, cut off the drive, force him into an off-balance mid-range shot, which is not, his game, or just blitz him up at the top and force him into making a pass that gets the ball out of his hands, then you're limiting his impact on this. And, okay, Springer, go beat us. Oh, okay, Paul Reed in the mid-range, go beat us. Like there are enough options that were lackluster for this Sixers offense that curbed Maxey's impact and also then really put them in the bind that they got into, whether it be the 20-point loss to 20-point loss to the Warriors or losing by almost 20 to the Mavs. Like those second halves, once you really see how to defend this team and once you get going offensively, the Sixers can't keep up with you because they just didn't have the firepower. Hield at least gives you firepower, at least gives you something for them to really, really attach onto. And then on top of that, try and defend. That's not Maxey. That's not Harris. And I think ultimately them getting up threes, it's surprising how poor they were at getting up threes without Embiid, given the fact that you think that would be something they would be more.
Right. That's what they would focus on.
Yeah.
Right. They would focus on taking the more threes because now it's, I guess, more open to doing that. It might be the best plan for the Sixers to do that. Obviously, Maxey's still going to attack the basket. Tobias is still going to be a guy that shoots in the mid-range and can get down on the block at times. So you can still, attack the basket. It's not like this team needs to depend on three-point shooting, but like you said, they're having trouble just getting shots off at this point. And I wonder if part of that is guys they could just get manned up now at this point because there's no worry about help defense. Like again, with all due respect to Paul Reed, are you worried about help defense with Paul Reed? Okay. Every once in a while, he might slip through a screen and go to the basket, and if he can get the nice entry pass, then he'll be able to dunk the basketball. But he's not doing enough offensively where you have to worry about him. Like, you could do help defense with Tyrese Maxey now. Like against Tyrese Maxey.
Oh, yeah. Right
Like,
now.
I'm not worried about Paul Reed catching the ball at the mid-range.
No, and you're not worried the kick-out options. You know, as upset as you are about Pat Bev, number of times Pat Bev saw an open three because
was
they were
missing
sagging
those
off
kickouts,
him.
yeah.
I mean, that's, again, part of what Buddy Hield brings here. That's part of what Payne's going to bring here. It's a team that needed guys that could shoot from beyond, that can, gravity is a fun word that I love that has, been used so much to describe, the modern NBA. And obviously Steph Curry's the king of that when it talks about the gravity of what defense. But seriously, pulling guys towards you. Maxey does that. If you don't have anyone else who's pulling the defense towards them, then ultimately Maxey's going to suffer because of that. You need Hield to break that spacing up. This group does not have a ton of great spacing without Embiid on the floor, and it's funny that we have that conversation about a team centered around a big man, given the conversations that have been taking place.
Well, and that's been my biggest problem with the people that always blame Joel Embiid for playoff woes. Like, yes, you're correct. He's not often healthy during the playoffs, and his numbers aren't the same in the playoffs as they are in the regular season. Well, yeah, defenses play a little bit differently. When he kicks it out to George Niang, like, we were talking about Shake Milton playing meaningful minutes in the playoffs a couple of years ago. Like, come on. You know what I mean? Like, it's...
And the thing with Niang, because someone will say, oh, well, he could shoot a three. There's no respect of him taking you off the dribble.
To the hole. No.
Yeah.
No.
So your closeout there, like anytime in your mind that you remember Niang driving and scoring, there's a reason you do. Because it's not something that you grow accustomed to it. What you get with Hield is a guy that can hit you that open three, and if the defense begins to take that extra step forward towards him, he's going to be able to attack.
He could also kick it out himself as well. He's not a one-dimensional player. Obviously, three-point shooting is his strength. Now, the reason why I'm reading this national perspective is because we are so emotional, right? Again, we had Spider, a caller yesterday, literally called him Daryl Moron, right? Like, we're an emotional group. That's part of the reason why I love Philadelphia, right? So I wanted to look at the national perspective. And here's another blurb from the story. Realizing that potential, of course, requires Embiid to actually be healthy and on the floor with this deal. With this deal, the Sixers continue to represent that they truly believe he'll be both in time for the stretch run and postseason. If that's true, Philly could be one of the most dangerous teams in the East come springtime. So for all the, oh man, but what if they're the 6th seed? What if they're the 7th seed? Well, yeah, it sucks. They're going to have to play Boston or Milwaukee at some point either way. First round, second round, Eastern Conference Finals. Right, the goal is to not just get out of the second round, even though that's been the big scary monster. The goal is to get to the NBA Finals. You're going to have to beat one or if not two of those teams in Boston and Milwaukee to get there. I like that the national perspective says that they could be dangerous if Embiid's back, which, of course, that's the big question. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Jack and Manioc. What's up, Jack?
Oh, it's actually Zach, but whatever.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, so I completely agree with you guys. I agree with the national perspective. I think people are very emotional, but I love Pat Bev. Like, I thought that, I will be completely honest. I think a lot of people need to be honest with themselves. When they initially signed him, I was like, all right, that kind of sucks. Like, I didn't think that he necessarily was going to bring anything other than a spark. And he did. And you guys are completely right. Those kickouts, those missed threes, that's something that, like, Buddy Hield is someone we almost got in the Harden era. It was going to be Buddy Hield and Tyrese Halliburton, remember? So that's one thing. And then Campaign's a dog. Like,
yes.
I think people really are forgetting that. But
I tried reminding people yesterday after the trade happened because people were very emotional about it. Campaign, like, when they went to the finals, I know they ended up losing, but when they got to the finals, like, he carried them in some games. Like, 100%. And he's not afraid to shoot the basketball. He's a scorer.
100%. And, like, the main reason I wanted to call was to throw out a name that I don't see anyone really saying, but on the buyout market. So I feel good. Like, I would actually feel terrible right now if we, did everything. Like, people would be praising Morey today if we went out and got, like, Andre Drummond. And I feel like that's cool. Like, I would love to get Andre Drummond because it's like, yeah, we definitely need the help. Like, I don't believe in Mo Bamba. But I also believe that means that Joel will be back. And with that said, how about Joe Harris? I mean, I see his name floating out there.
Brought him up yesterday. The second he got released, I saw that, and I was very intrigued because he's a guy, and thanks for the call, Zach. He's a guy that was a very, very successful three-point shooter when he was on some good Brooklyn Nets teams. He's not on the Nets this year. His percentage plummeted to 33%. If you can get him with Joel Embiid, I'd be very curious. I wanted the Sixers to have him as a part of the trade. When they traded for James Harden, the Sixers did from Brooklyn, and they gave up Drummond and Seth Curry and obviously Ben Simmons. I wanted it to be Harden and Joe Harris in return. Paul Millsap, right? Was that who the other guy was? He played like 7 minutes in the playoffs. Actually, I think he played some time in the playoffs. I wanted it to be Harden and Harris because Harris was still under control. I know he was injured at the time. But, with Harden, I saw what he did with Harden, right? Harden was getting double-digit assists because he was just passing the ball to Joe Harris hitting threes because there was so much attention to Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. Joe Harris on this team, I think, could be an impactful player because you need three-point shooters like that. But I wonder if now that they have campaign, if that's going to be it, and I wonder if they maybe are more into a Spencer Dinwiddie than a Joe Harris. I don't think Joe Harris comes here, but I'd be very intrigued.
I also don't think Spencer Dinwiddie is coming here.
Yeah, his name's been linked to a couple of teams, but I do know that the Sixers have been linked to him.
Yeah, I just would be surprised. Did you see him last night at the Knicks-Mavericks game? He was sitting a couple rows off the Mavericks bench.
No, I did not.
And, he had that nice run with the Mavericks a while back. So people, doing the connect the dots there. Why would he be there? That's just also a heck of a thing. You get traded in the morning. That's reported that you're going to be bought out. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to let everyone know that I am most certainly not on a flight to Toronto right now.
Right.
I am in New York.
I am in New York hanging out. Yeah, it's amazing. All right, the number to call in is 610-632-0975. We'll continue reacting to the Sixers trade deadline from yesterday. There's other names that are out there via the buyout. We'll run through those as well because, as Zach just brought up, many people were talking about Joe Harris, and there might be a reason why nobody's talking about Joe Harris. Also, I want to dive deeper into this Eagles thing. We'll play those clips from Britton Covey and Lane Johnson again, but I also want to compare the Eagles to the two teams remaining in the that in football. They're going into the Super Bowl, and the 49ers and the Chiefs. Where are the Eagles compared to those two teams? Are they still close? Is basically what we're going to try to find out. We'll discuss that next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A busy deadline day. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today. The 76ers had a busy day yesterday at the NBA's trade deadline. They acquired Buddy Hield from the Pacers for Marcus Morris, Furkan Korkmaz, and 3 second-round picks. They also sent Daniel House and a second-round pick to the Pistons. That one opened up a little bit of roster flexibility, and that right now will be important as we get towards the buyout market. Sixers have been linked heavily to Kyle Lowry should he be bought out by the Charlotte Hornets. Sixers also acquired Campaign and a second-round pick for the Bucks in exchange for Patrick Beverley. And finally, they sent Jaden Springer to the Celtics for a second-round pick. As for the 76ers actually on the floor, well, they return to the floor tonight at 7 o'clock against the Atlanta Hawks. Catch the live call of the game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers beat the Jets 4-1 last night. Flyers jumped out on the Jets early, scoring 3 goals in the first period en route to their second consecutive win. Travis Konecny registered a Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period, while Ryan Poling and Morgan Frost had a goal and an assist apiece. The Flyers returned to the ice on Saturday at 7 o'clock against the Seattle Kraken. Catch the live call on WMMR. And, of course, the Super Bowl is this weekend. Chiefs, 49ers in Las Vegas. Go Chiefs. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Tyrone Johnson and the best show ever.
You don't know about locker room chemistry. I'm sure they didn't hate Pat Bev, but Pat Bev doesn't make the 3-ball anymore. Campaign does.
The real and inside story on the Sixers and the trade deadline.
Marcus Morris now gets an opportunity where he can go somewhere and play. You get Buddy Hield back. He's a pure 3-point shooter. A player that their fans in Philadelphia have wanted for years.
Weekday afternoons 2 to 6. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Looking for a super offer for Super Bowl 58? DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered. New customers can bet on the big game and turn $5 into $200 instantly in bonus bets. And with DraftKings same-game parlays, everyone's got a shot at an even bigger win for Super Bowl 58. String together multiple bets from the big game for a shot at making your payday even sweeter. And the best part is, DraftKings is safe, secure, and reliable. You can deposit and withdraw your funds whenever you want. want. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code FANATIC. New customers can bet $5 to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 58 with code FANATIC. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Pennsylvania only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Boost Mobile here with a great deal to keep you connected. When you switch to Boost, you get 4 lines for $100, plus 4 free 5G smartphones, like the Galaxy A15 or the Moto G Stylus 5G. We're here to bring you the best phones on America's largest 5G networks, so you can get after it. Switching is easy. Just head to your local Boost Mobile store. That's 4 lines and 4 phones for $100, only at a Boost Mobile near you. Requires port and auto pay and ID verification. Available in select markets only. Other restrictions apply. See participating stores for details.
Relationships are built on trust. At McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, we keep our customers happy by keeping our word. That means we've got your back with 24-hour emergency service. It means your new HVAC system will be installed on time and on budget. At McLaughlin, we take pride in our work and our word. Sound like a good relationship fit for you? Visit us online at McLaughlinPHC.com. McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Is it possible to count on your network like your customers count on you? It is with Comcast Business. Keeping businesses of all kinds up and running with a network powered by 99.9% reliability. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Don't wait. Call today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WPEN and WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios. Powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
1251, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Happy Friday, everybody. I mean, what are you going to do? You're Mr. Out and About. Nice weather. It's 53 degrees right now, man.
Yeah.
You're Mr. About Town.
Listen,
You're all dressed up right now.
I've got a lot. Well, it's my sister's birthday dinner. So
happy early birthday. Happy birthday to your sister.
Birthday tomorrow, so happy early birthday to her. So, yes, that's why I'm dressed nicely, because I'm going directly home from here. I imagine tonight I'll be making my way about the town. I know tomorrow for sure. Lots of plans already. I'm going to be using the good weather tomorrow morning to play some basketball.
Oh, that's good.
I've been watching a lot of it, so I haven't pulled out an offensive board in a while. I look forward to doing that and not much more. Ultimate Vibes guy. If you ever wonder why I ride for the Vibes guys, because that's the kind of athlete
That's who
I am.
you are. Yeah, no, that's
I'm
great.
a glue guy. And then
Look,
Sunday.
People need you.
Is it still going to be 50 degrees on Sunday?
Yes, 51, lower of the 50s, but it'll still be.
Listen, that's
slight
good enough
50.
for me.
Hey, it's still 50.
I was last night at a Sixers had an event, the Brews in Basketball for season ticket holders.
Oh, wow.
Which was nice at Victory down in Center
nice,
City.
yeah.
We were able to enjoy a beverage outside on the deck.
That's cool.
That was nice.
Yeah.
That got me fired up. I'm kind of ready for spring, you know? Punxsutawney Phil did his thing.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the spring.
He's a fraud. You still got like 2 months left.
Oh, stop it. You're telling me? Look at the results for this guy. Look at the results. We're a week in, 50-something degrees. Yeah. The guy knows something.
All right, before we get to this Eagles topic, I'm going to give you another prop bet for Sunday. So Arnold Schwarzenegger will be in a State Farm ad. There's been commercials leading up to this one.
Oh.
To the Super Bowl commercial. Who will Arnold Schwarzenegger save in a State Farm ad? The three options are athlete, kid, or animal.
Wow. I'm going to go with the kid.
See, I'm going athlete because it's a Super Bowl. You got to go big here, man.
Yeah, but
like I could see
that's like what, plus 110?
Plus 120, kids plus 140.
Yeah.
Animals 250.
Give me the plus 140.
I mean, you just always look for value. I sometimes need to go with I need to make some coin here.
Oh, okay. When it's an animal and we both end up out.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, if he still can, I'm sure he can because he's in better shape than you and I are now, pick up Kevin Hart and run out of a burning building.
That's not an athlete.
Sorry, not athlete. I'm thinking of I'm thinking of celebrity. That's my bad. Yeah, you know what? Now I got to think about this some more.
Yeah, look at that. Look at how quickly the whole
My first
world
thought went to
crumbles around you.
celebrity. I read athlete. I'm thinking celebrity.
Yeah, nope.
All right, so maybe it will be kid. Okay. Here, let me give you another one before we get to this Eagles thing, because I love this stuff. You know how we did that ESPN article the other day. Like, what are you watching the game for? And
For the prop bets.
No, it was the game, commercials, food.
Right. Yeah, but you're watching it for the prop bets.
That, and I think now food, now that we did this potluck.
Yeah, what a great potluck. Can we, just throw credit where credit's due?
I did.
Fantastic job.
All right, will any commercial joke about Joe Biden or Donald Trump? Not both. Just
will any of them
either
joke?
Or. Joke about Biden or Trump.
Yes.
I'm agreeing with you. Yes is plus 300.
Oh.
No is the heavy favorite at minus 500. The only reason why I say yes is because the Trump voice has been done a billion times. I could see it being done on a commercial.
Yeah.
Not even to like make fun, just to do the voice at some point. And then, of course, they'll probably do something witty about it because you got to be witty.
Super Bowl commercial, of course.
Of course. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So, speaking of the Super Bowl Sunday between the 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs. The 49ers are already making up every excuse in the world, already building in excuses as to why they're going to lose. The practice field has been too spongy for them this week. The fire alarm was pulled last night. Nick Bosa is comparing it to when they were in Philadelphia. The story. Did you hear the Philadelphia story or read the Philadelphia story somewhere?
No, I don't think so.
So when he was complaining about the fire alarms, he mentioned that when they were here in Philadelphia, there was construction being done right outside their hotel. So Nick Bosa is of the belief that the city of Philadelphia began construction specifically centered around their hotel leading up to the NFC Championship game.
Buddy, I lived on Temple's campus for 4 years. This city, and right now, across the street from me,
has been under construction.
This city is consistently under construction. I've lived in this city now for, I guess we're working on 6 years.
Yes.
Every single location in which I've lived in the city, whether it be on campus or now in the neighborhood I live in, I have been surrounded by construction that starts at an obscene hour. Okay, this is not you. You are not unique.
No, he says they did it. The city of Philadelphia did it on purpose. Goodbye Philly. If that's actually true, like good for the city, man. Way to, go Birds. But I don't think that's the case. So other than maybe not being as ridiculous and annoying, let's compare the Eagles to the 49ers and the Chiefs. So the Chiefs are back in it again. The 49ers are in it again for them because they've now, this is their third Super Bowl in 10 years? I'm trying to think of when the Flacco Baltimore one was.
2012.
Okay, so third in 12 years. And because there was the Chiefs, the last one, and now the Chiefs, this one. So they've a lot of NFC Championship games, right? As we know, the Eagles beat them last year. They obviously won it this year, got back to the Super Bowl. The Chiefs are just in it every single year. It's incredible. So let's compare the teams with the Eagles. The biggest difference for the Eagles with Kansas City, well, the difference is they have an identity defensively. Now, the Eagles had, I guess you could say, an identity. We just didn't agree with it. That was soft coverage, 10 yards off the line of scrimmage, leaving the middle of the field wide open, not bringing pressure. Whereas Spags doesn't hide what he does, right? He's going to blitz. 5, 6, 6-man rushes, sometimes 7, sometimes all out, right? Like, they're going to blitz. They're going to bring pressure. And having that identity allows you to get players on board. The Eagles can sign anybody they want. If it doesn't fit a scheme, like Byron Maxwell. He was perfect in the Seattle scheme, right? Didn't work here in Philly. Nnamdi Asomugha. Good with the Raiders. Didn't necessarily hit here with Philadelphia, right? Because the Eagles are just kind of like a soft zone coverage. I mean, the only thing you could think of is, all right, you need impactful edge rushers, right? And you have that in Hassan Reddick, but that's really it. The Chiefs, it's all right. We need, guys that can rush the passer, athletic linebackers that can make plays. And then they relied on young corners who have actually taken a leap in their careers. Offensively, nobody has Patrick Mahomes, not just the Eagles. Nobody has Patrick Mahomes. And I can't help but look at coaching, man. Like, it's not just Andy Reid. It's also Steve Spagnuolo. The Eagles have Nick Sirianni, who we have questions of. And last year it was Sean Desai and Brian Johnson. You hope that Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio can help Nick Sirianni, but you still go advantage Kansas City. I mean, how can't you, right, when it's Andy Reid? And then offensively, like, I know the wide receivers are a problem in Kansas City, which is a Always been an Andy Reid thing. Andy Reid, not many people are giving him credit, with Patrick Mahomes, has adapted to the run game even more. I mean, you see it with Isaiah Pacheco. I told you, I saw a stat the other day where Isaiah Pacheco has now 6 straight games with at least 75 yards from the line of scrimmage. The record in playoffs is 9. He's at 6. They feed him the football. Not just checkdowns from Patrick Mahomes. They run the football. There's an identity here offensively, which is something that the Eagles don't have. And that's one of my biggest problems with the Eagles, is the fact that they didn't have any identity with the Eagles offensively. And now you go to the defensive side of the ball for the Eagles, and I don't know that identity has to change, but they've been doing the Vic Fangio coaching tree. So is it really going to change all that much when you now bring in Vic Fangio? I guess you're just going to find out if Vic's the guy, right? And then we go on from there. And then when it comes to the 49ers, they're very talented. So are the Eagles. Now, they have a better defense than the Eagles do. There's no question about that. But I'm still, shame on me, going to give the edge to Jalen Hurts over Brock Purdy. I still will.
Shame on you.
Well, one's in the Super Bowl, one's not.
All right.
Look, Brock Purdy's the second coming for people. He's going to be in those top 10 lists of quarterbacks next year.
Shame on them.
I just think it's Shanahan versus what the Eagles had offensively. That's the biggest deal. Like, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith should still be as good as Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk if you put them in the right situations, which the Eagles just didn't do. So we'll continue that conversation at 610-632-0975. How the Eagles compare to these last two teams, the 49ers and the Chiefs, and are the Eagles close? Like, really, the question is, can they bounce back? Can they get back to where they were 2 seasons ago, right? And through 11 weeks of this past season. Through 11 weeks of this past season, the Eagles were 10-1. They lost 1 game and it all went to hell. Take a listen to Britton Covey giving it was a very honest answer. And it scares me a little bit. Take a listen.
I definitely think we got emotionally tired from trying to figure out what the problem was. And we kept trying to pinpoint it at this and pinpoint it at this. And there was some miscommunication, I think, from coaches to players. There was some pointing fingers from player to player. And there was kind of letting, outside voices impact our love for the game and just the happiness that we had. And all that combined to really just kind of make us spiral. But honestly, I think that you're going to see a team this year that is going to be like, I'm not letting that same thing happen. And I'm not saying like just on the field performance, but I'm not letting that impact me. I'm not letting this impact me. And I think you're going to see a lot more resilient people, players because of it.
And that's great. I'm glad that Britton Covey's giving that nice message at the end there that they're gonna come out of this even more stronger, more resilient, all that kind of stuff. That's fantastic. I hope that is the case. But when he's talking about players or pointing fingers at each other after that 49ers loss, when there was miscommunication, which is a word that's been freaking burned in my brain at this point by Sirianni because that's all he says, that stuff needs to be fixed. There are players that were pointing fingers at each other that will be back here. The head coach that allowed all this stuff to happen will be back here. This offseason isn't just about changing personnel and defense. It's changing a culture in a locker room that seems, now that we know, to have been weak. 610-632-0975. This is a number to climb in. But real quick, we're going to head to the Comcast Business Hotline because obviously we're having a lot of fun with the Super Bowl talk today because it is Super Bowl Sunday, even though your squad's not in it, right? If you're not a Chiefs or 49ers fan, of course, for the majority of our listeners are Eagles fans, you're still watching the Super Bowl. I know there's a couple of people every once in a while that will tweet at us saying, yeah, I'm not even going to watch this game. Bull. I don't buy you. You're going to watch the Super Bowl at some point, right? So Super Bowl 58, it's even though our team's on it, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're all rooting for the Chiefs here in this area for the most part. I can't see how anybody would root for the 49ers when they're once again complaining about circumstances around them. Oh, somebody pulled the fire alarm on us. Shut up, Nick Bosa. You just annoy the hell out of me. So we're watching the game, rooting for the Chiefs, and of course there's a lot more that goes into the Super Bowl than just the game itself. There's all the commercials. We've been talking about prop bets all day today. I've been giving Ray Usher prop bets. I'll give you, here you go. What's the first song that Usher sings at halftime?
Yeah.
Yeah is the 4th highest odds at plus 800. The well ahead favorite is OMG, oh my God, at minus 300. It's probably because that's how he starts most of his concerts. You know how that song starts.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised. So there's so much fun into this. There's the block pools. There's obviously the betting aspect of it. But I'm going to go to the Comcast Business Hotline and bring up Steve Marino, who's the Chief Creative Director of Aloysius Butler and Clark, one of the region's largest advertising agencies, headquartered in Wilmington, Delaware. Right, not too far from us, with a Philadelphia office as well. Let's go to Steve. Steve, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Thanks for having me, guys.
No, thanks for coming on. I mean, this is a pretty big day for you. Everyone talks about the Super Bowl being about the Chiefs and 49ers. I'm sure it's a pretty big deal for the chief creative director when you're talking about advertising agencies.
Yeah, it's sort of our Super Bowl as well. Everybody pulls out all the stops. You're going to be seeing all the celebrities. It's a big deal in the advertising world, that's for sure.
So what are we looking for? I mean, the Super Bowl commercials are crazy. Like, do you have an idea of how much a commercial costs, and like what's the difference between like a first quarter commercial, a fourth quarter commercial, around halftime? Like obviously I'm sure some spots are more expensive than others.
Yeah, so you're exactly right. The average cost is about $7 million for 30 seconds this year. It's absolutely insane. And that's just the 30 seconds. That doesn't include like how much you have to pay for the celebrity and the production cost and all the the pregame hype and stuff like that. So we're talking well into $10 million for sure. It's pretty nuts.
Now, let me ask you, does the addition of Taylor Swift, I'll say the addition, right? She's dating Travis Kelce, so that changes everything. Does Taylor Swift being involved in the Super Bowl change how much a cost might be for a commercial, knowing that there might be more eyes nationally?
Wait, Taylor Swift is dating Travis Kelce? I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, believe it or not, she's going to be there, Steve. Believe it or not.
Yeah. So what it's doing is it's actually drawing a younger and a more female audience, and they're very, you can see the statistics in terms of viewership being up for the Chiefs. So what's happening is brands are looking at the Super Bowl and they would do like, Bud Lights and those commercials like that. Now, actually, you're going to see a few commercials for like women cosmetics and things like that. So brands that you wouldn't typically see in the Super Bowl, that is the Taylor Swift effect on the Super Bowl advertising.
That's crazy. Now, I was sent a note before having you on, and I did not know about this, and I'm fascinated to know how they went into this. So Carl Weathers, obviously we know him very well here in Philadelphia, Apollo Creed and Rocky. Yeah, he passes away last week, and it's funny, Steve, or not funny, but I was just talking about Carl Weathers last week before his death because we were talking about the kick of destiny, right? The Rob Gronkowski field goal. And I'm like, man, it's great seeing Carl Weathers on commercials. And I think it was the next day or 2 days later was when he passed away. And so I have a note that FanDuel had to edit their commercial.
Yeah, so they did. I don't know exactly. They haven't pre-aired exactly what it was going to be. But they did say they needed to do a little adjustments. But they did reach out to his family, and his family was like, no, we still want it to run. This was a big thing for him. And, they still want to celebrate his life. And, listen, if it's Carl Weathers in the Super Bowl ad, it's going to be great.
Right. That's awesome.
Yeah. So they tweaked it, but it's still going to be running.
Okay. Now, I got to ask you. So, this is your expertise, right? How long in advance do these commercials start being created? Like just the idea of it. I imagine it's not starting a month ago.
No, it's definitely not. So it used to be, the spot that would win the day would be the one that, we would be talking about. Now it's like the ones that win are the ones who have the best plan. So I don't know if you saw, but, Arnold Schwarzenegger is going to be in an Allstate commercial. He was on Jimmy Kimmel like last week promoting it, where he was literally in the character that he was going to be. And so if you can imagine how much time and forethought and planning it would take to get Arnold Schwarzenegger on Jimmy Kimmel 2 weeks before. So you backtrack and everything. And we're talking about this. I'm sure this planning process started at least 6 months ago. These brands are spending tens of millions of dollars. They're not going to shoot from the hip the week before the Super Bowl. They're planning this long term.
That's amazing. So, like, what are some of the stuff that you're expecting to see? I mean, we're entering an election year, right? Is that going to be a play in some of these commercials? Is it trends, right? Is it like what goes into the commercial? The Geico caveman's back because it's been like 20 years. I love that. Like how does that work? How does the times going on in the world affect some of these commercials?
Now, see, that's my favorite question because what the Super Bowl is, we used to get together and like every Thursday was must-see TV and there's, prime time and stuff like that. The Super Bowl is now the only time where all of America says, hey, we're all going to watch this thing at the same time. And so the Super Bowl is kind of like showing a mirror back to America. So when you look at like what the ads are like, you can kind of look to see what's going on in business, but also like what's going on in society. So last year, we saw like crypto commercials and a lot of electric vehicles. We're not going to see any crypto commercials now, right? But we're going to see online gambling. We're going to see commercials about like AI and cybersecurity, like stuff you just wouldn't see. Like it's reflective of what's going on. And then in terms of like, the nostalgia, the Super Bowl is now, it's been going on for almost 60 years, right? And so, if you think about all the movies, they're reboots. Well, all the commercials are like reboots now. So it's like the Kate Benner back, and the Trade Baby is back, and the Silver Bullet Train is back. It's like we're rebooting these commercials now.
What do you think about the commercials that are posted on social media well before, like the Paramount commercial that I've seen it already, like 10 times on social media.
It is great, though. Throw the boy.
Oh, it's an awesome commercial.
So, you're exactly right. And I think it's that fine balance where, listen, they're spending that much money and they don't want to be like, hey, I'm spending $10 million
for one day
for 30 seconds. Yeah. So they're trying to get as much, runway as they possibly can. The balance is getting people excited for it without, to your point, like when it airs, you're going to be like, oh, I've seen this 4 times already.
Okay, that's fascinating. Steve, listen, man, I appreciate it. I know it's Super Bowl 58 for the Chiefs, for the 49ers, and for Steve Marino. So thank you so much.
And if you guys want to prop bet, the first spot we're going to see is going to be for some sort of like candy or something like that. And I'll only take half of your winnings, everybody.
Oh, all right, Steve. That's some good insight. I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you so much. Enjoy yourself Sunday.
You got it. You too.
There he is,
Take care.
Steve Marino. Interesting. Candy. I may have a candy prop bet on the sheet here.
Oh, do you?
I do. I got to find it. It was about M&M's. Here you go. Who will be shown first during the M&M's ad? Your options are Dan Marino, Terrell Owens, and Bruce Smith.
I did not expect that. I was just going to say green M&M. I just kind of figured that was who was going first.
I think they're going with who did the last Dan Marino commercial where they were all, they all tried one more time. That wasn't M&M's. It was Dan Marino, Jerry Rice, Emmitt Smith, Randy Moss.
Yeah, the video of all. I only remembered as the video of all them getting back together in the uniforms.
Oh, the pre-shooting of it? Yeah,
that pre-shooting video.
So maybe they're going to try to go through that route again.
I'll go Marino, though.
Okay, interesting.
Name starts with an M.
It's a good word.
And Steve Marino. So.
Wow, you're a smart man.
No, I'm not.
Don't listen to what they say about you behind your back.
I do.
All right, we got one segment left before we get to the best show ever. Best show ever coming your way at 2 o'clock. Now, I made some statements before bringing Steve up and immediately got some response on social media. We'll run through those coming your way next. I'm actually surprised. I'm Andrew Salchunas. We'll build our SGP on the other side as well, coming around 1:30 for the Super Bowl 58. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers active at the deadline. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by AAA Car Care. Save $104 on select sets of Ford Nokian tires now through February 17th only at AAA Car Care Centers. Details at AAA.com/mycar. The 76ers were active at the NBA's trade deadline yesterday. They acquired Buddy Hield from the Pacers for Marcus Morris, Furkan Korkmaz, and 3 second-round picks. They traded Daniel House and a second-round pick to the Pistons, giving them some roster flexibility now as they plan to attack the buyout market. One name they've been linked to consistently is Kyle Lowry, should he be bought out by Charlotte. They also acquired Campaign and a second-round pick from the Bucks in exchange for Patrick Beverley. And finally, they dealt Jaden Springer to the Celtics for a second-round pick. After all that wheeling and dealing, they do take the floor tonight at 7 o'clock against the Hawks. Catch the live call of the game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers beat the Jets 4-1 last night. Flyers jumped out on the Jets early, scored 3 goals in the first period en route to their second consecutive win. Travis Konechny registered a Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period, while both Ryan Poling and Morgan Frost had a goal and an assist apiece. The Flyers return to the ice on Saturday at 7 o'clock against the Seattle Kraken. Catch the live call on WMMR. And of course, the Super Bowl is this weekend. Chiefs and 49ers in Las Vegas. Go Chiefs. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Join Andrew Salchunas and Corona for a Sixers watch party tomorrow from 7 to 9 at Maxie's Pizza and Bar at 1926 Leah Corris Walk on Temple's campus. Enter for a chance to win Sixers tickets and enjoy $5 Corona bottles.
Hey, Bob Cooney here. Happy Super Bowl from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book. Super Bowl Sunday is all about the best seat on the couch, your favorite snacks, and placing some super bets. You know what there is to do. The food, it's just phenomenal. You got your wings, you got your nachos, anything you want to do. The commercials you want to keep an eye on because they're always fun. And then you get yourself ready for the betting. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W, or 2, or 3. Bet on who will win the Super Bowl 58. Plus, FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and much, much more. New customers, join today and get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Bob to sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Bob and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea and is hosting Super Bowl 58 on Nickelodeon? That's right. Join SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, and the rest of the Bikini Bottom crew as they bring all the underwater action, slime, and football during the most exciting game of the year. It's the real Super Bowl game with an unreal amount of surprises, sure to make a splash for everyone in the family. Don't miss Super Bowl 58, live from Bikini Bottom, this Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, only on Nickelodeon.
Hold on, someone just slipped and fell on my neighbor's icy sidewalk. Hey, need some help?
Yeah.
Okay, you need to demand Rand.
What?
You know, Rand and Mike Spear, the accident lawyers, they've won over $750 million for their clients.
Great. You think you could give me a hand?
What, go out in this cold? No, thank you.
If you need legal help, don't get left out in the cold. Call 1-800-90-LEGAL and demand Rand. Or start your claim online now at randspear.com. 1-800-90-LEGAL.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The kids' berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language? In as little as 3 weeks, Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure that you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
And Jackson Hewitt also guarantees the accuracy of your return for life. So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt! Yeah!
Sports bettors make money with VegasMistake.com. The wrong team is favored, and you need to bet on our top play from VegasMistake.com. Discover where the odds makers have screwed up, and you can profit. They cost less than $4 a day for a whole month of betting picks at VegasMistake.com. Get the pick where the wrong team is favored. Don't miss out on this unique sports betting opportunity. Sign up online at VegasMistake.com, the more intelligent way to bet, where we outmaneuver the odds makers at their own game. Hurry, the odds are shifting. Sign up now for less than $4 a day at VegasMistake.com.
Wawa's new Snack and Go wraps make any time snack time. These small snacks are the perfect thing for a big flavor study break, a lunch didn't cut it craving, or a post-gym pick-me-up. They fit perfectly in one hand, so really, you've got room for two. Try a built-to-order Snack and Go wrap today with flavors like buffalo or honey hot chicken, or customize your own breaded chicken strips Snack and Go wrap, just $2.49 each. It's the perfect thing for snack time. Gotta have a Wawa. Wawa has pizza. And now get $5 off a 14-inch or 16-inch pizza when you order on the Wawa app or your favorite delivery app. Order varieties like pepperoni and sausage, each bubbling with melty mozzarella. It's always pizza night at Wawa. Perfect for hanging out with friends or watching the game. Order on the Wawa app or your favorite delivery app to get $5 off any pizza starting at 4 p.m. Gotta have a Wawa.
On your way home this afternoon, the best show ever starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 1:22 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas. It is a Fanatic Friday. Fanatic Friday is presented by Pumpman Philly. For 24/7 emergency repair or pump replacement, count on Pumpman Philly. The guys to know to fix your flow. And because it is 1:22, that means we're in the 1 o'clock hour, Ray. The 1 o'clock hours are brought to us by Ferguson HVAC Line Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment parts and supplies for a heating and cooling job. Visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Bensalem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester today. Later this segment, Ray and I do these for like the big events, the big games. We're going to build an SGP for the Chiefs and 49ers. So we'll do that coming up probably around 1:30. I'll get to the phones in a second. But I got some interesting pushback on something I said before we brought up Steve Marino, who talked about the commercials that we'll be seeing on Sunday. And I was talking about how it's baloney if you say you're not going to watch the Super Bowl. I also said that we're all going to be rooting for the Chiefs because we hate the 49ers. I've gotten pushback, Ray. 76ers won, who I've been talking to for years, checks in. I'm not watching, and I don't care about the commercials and over-the-top action movie trailers. Both teams are hate-the-face teams. I'm out. I'm binge-watching a series that I've put off. Like, it's one thing to be spiteful. Like, you hate the teams. It's almost un-American. Like, it's the Super Bowl. Imagine not watching the Super Bowl because of the two teams that are in it. If the Dallas Cowboys were in the Super Bowl, I'd be watching, rooting against them. I don't see myself ever not watching a Super Bowl, and it has nothing to do with me doing this for a living. I don't buy people saying that they're not going to watch the Super Bowl unless they have work. Unless there's another reason why they were not going to watch the Super Bowl. But my man 76ers 1 is going to pick a TV series that he's been trying to watch over the Super Bowl. Now, you could binge the series Saturday night instead of Sunday night. He's going TV series over the Super Bowl. Your thoughts? I think it's crazy.
I think it's wild. Absolutely wild.
Now, you do you. You do whatever you want. It's your free time. It's your weekend. Weekend should be longer. We got 2 days.
Yeah, agreed on that. We should come back to that. You think we could put a pin in that discussion and try and get to that?
No, Scott's listening. I want to work all 5 days. Because now he's going to be like, do I have a guy that's motivated? He's going to only want to work 4 days.
This meeting at 4 is not going to go well for me. All right, forget I just said that. I'm going to go hit the dump button.
You want to work more days, right?
7 days.
You want to work all 7.
If there was an 8th, I'd work it too. All right. Anyways, back to the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I think if you're a sports fan, I don't understand how you're not in on this. Like, how you're not. I understand hating the matchup. I'm not going to enjoy watching. Like, I'm going to watch,
right?
But I'm going to enjoy the company I'm in. But I'm going to be stressed out the entire time because I do not want to see this 49ers team win. Like, it's become that.
Now, here's the thing. He hates both teams. And you may loathe the 49ers like I loathe the 49ers. I appreciate greatness, respect greatness, so I'm actually rooting for the Chiefs, A, because I hate the 49ers, B, because I think it's cool to see Andy Reid continue to win, even though people hate Andy Reid. If it's equal hate, like you're watching to root against 49ers, not necessarily root for the Chiefs, even though you're saying go Chiefs, you just want the Niners to lose.
Yes, badly.
If you hated both teams equally, would you still have that same thought?
Yes, because
okay.
I've been watching Super Bowls for a good long time where I haven't
where
liked
the Eagles
either
aren't
team.
involved. And that's the thing. Like, I'm trying to think. There have been Super Bowls I've stopped watching.
What?
Yes. The Rams Patriots was one of the worst games I ever watched in my life.
That's a good example. I didn't want to see I was done with the Patriots. Okay, I hit Patriots fatigue. Okay,
but you still watched it,
and I did not care for the Rams being in the Super Bowl at that point. I was not a fan of that. I was also still
Sean
bitter.
McVay, Jared Goff, and company.
I was bitter that Alshon dropped
the ball.
Yeah.
So I was at my buddy's house, Pat and Jack, up the street in Manayunk.
Oh, Pat Egan?
No. I had a friend in Manayunk named Pat.
Did you
it was
walk
not
past
Pat
Pat's
Egan.
place on the way?
No, I did not. And so, it was a Super Bowl. It wasn't like a party. It was just 3 of us just hanging out watching the game, right? Christy was working. I left at halftime. I was like, guys, you know what? I'm going to get home. Because if I stay here, I'm just going to keep on drinking. I have work tomorrow morning.
Wow.
I went home. I saw them all the time. So it's not like they lived up the street from me. So it's not like I was.
Yeah, no. I mean, sounds like the plans I have for this.
This is the first time we caught up in 6 months. No, it was the first time we caught up in probably 2 days, right? I went home. If I remember correctly, I probably played Xbox and put the game back on my laptop. Because it was still a close game.
Yeah.
But it sucked. It was a horrible game.
Yes, I did not enjoy it.
And I knew we weren't going to, for work purposes, I knew we weren't going to talk Patriots-Rams. If the Rams won, we probably would have had more talk of like, oh, here we go, Eagles and Rams, the 2 teams in the NFC. The Patriots won, whatever. The other one that I didn't turn off, but I remember my eyes were wandering, was the Seattle-Denver one when it was 44-8, something like that.
Yeah, 40. I think 43.
Yeah. After a while, you're like, all right,
yeah,
this game's over.
I think that was also one where we were still doing the going to different family friends for different Super Bowls.
Yeah, but now you're probably hanging out, playing with your cousins or whatever.
But no, what I'm saying is I probably was put into a car and driven home.
Okay.
At some point in that game.
Yeah, it was 43-8.
Yeah.
And the score was 22-0 at halftime.
Yeah, that feels like
and then 36-8 going into the fourth quarter.
To bring up my family here. This was something right off the jump after the championship games ended. My parents were amongst these people that said they were not watching. That I got the text from them. My mom texted me after the AFC and NFC championship games. When I finally got home that night, I received a text that, by the way, your father and I are not watching the Super Bowl. We're going to end up going to the movies. Because they did not like the matchup. They were not interested in this. And I could tell you that I love the 2 of you. I will see you later. You both are full of crap. I know you're both watching it on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly.
You are not going to the movies. You're just not going to make a big deal out of the game. I'm not making a big deal out of the game. I'm going to, like you mentioned, I'm going to something similar to what you said. I'm going to a couple friends'
house
place.
that you see all the time.
Right. Yeah. Have a couple beers. I applaud you for the control of going home. Midway through. Bad as the game is going to be, I'm sticking it to the end.
I think this game's going to be good. I think it's going to be a good game.
It could be.
I think
it could be a terrible game.
It could also be a terrible game, but I think it's going to be a good game. And then I got a tweet from Mike English. I guess I'm still bitter, but I will never root for Andy. He left his team in shambles, plus the Niners whined, came in, ruined our season, then made it to the bowl. The slate is clean in my book with them. So go Niners. Oh. Ew. Imagine saying go Niners. Ew. And that's the weird thing with Andy for me. I get it. They didn't win a Super Bowl. I get it. Time management, clock issues, wide receivers. I get it. 5 NFC championship appearances, and we just pish posh. 5 NFC championships. And we just go, nah, he sucked. To me, that's crazy. To the point where because the Eagles and Niners have now 1-1 and go clean slate, he's saying go Niners. He said he followed up with a tweet saying the only way I'd root for Andy is if they were going up against the Cowboys. Imagine saying go Niners.
Wow. So that's also Giants and Commanders would also.
Yes, it's true.
Seems like you want to see the Giants win a Super Bowl. That's what I took from that. That's what I took from that, Mike. No, I don't get it. Like the Chiefs fatigue for me hasn't set in yet. I'm not going to say I'm going to be above that because I got fatigued with the Patriots at some point. So I'm sure that this will be something that does set in at some point for me. I haven't got to that point yet. I can't do the Andy Reid thing, though.
Let me say this, the Chiefs fatigue thing. Or Patriots versus Chiefs fatigue.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're tired of seeing the team all the time. Tom Brady was spectacular. Let's not take anything away from him. Mahomes makes wow plays where you're talking about it the next day. Right? Like you don't I don't want to miss a Mahomes game. If the Eagles are not playing at the same time, I do not want to miss a Mahomes game because I want to see the wow plays. I don't know if that fatigue factor is the same. The only reason why you might reach a fatigue factor is not just football. They're everywhere. Mahomes with the State Farm, Andy.
Mahomes, Motto. Yeah.
Yeah. Travis Kelce's all over the place, obviously, because of the Taylor Swift connection. So maybe that could lead to it. Now, the last response, my man Anthony Hobson. So are we rooting for the Chiefs so Purdy doesn't win a chip before Hurts? And so we can feel better that the team that took our lunch money fails? Just asking for a friend. Yeah, that's 100% part of it. A, I hate the 49ers to begin with. B, I can't talk about Super Bowl winning quarterback Brock Purdy. I can't do that. Shame on me. I don't care. I could not say Super Bowl winner Brock Purdy. That just I don't need that in my life.
It's the biggest Sunday of Trent Dilfer's life. It is. There has never been a game that's meant more to his legacy. That guy is going to be let off the hook so soon. You know Dilfer is pulling with everything in him for Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Because Brock Purdy will become the face of the, wow, this quarterback won a Super Bowl? And you know he's rooting for that. And yes, I will say it. You know what? I'm not above this petty narrative crap that we're all throwing around here. I don't want to see Brock Purdy be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. I don't want to have that conversation.
No, I don't want to have that conversation at all.
I don't want him to get that.
But you know he's going to be in the top 10 list next year. And if he wins, look out.
I know. I'm aware. Okay? It's a disgrace to our great game. Okay? You know, you said it's un-American.
Disgrace to our great game.
It's un-American not to watch the Super Bowl. It's un-American for Brock Purdy to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we can't have it.
We can't.
Yeah, we can't have this.
No.
All right,
okay? You can't tell me that guy is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. I can't see that guy utter the words, "We're going to Disney." No.
Yeah, no,
you don't get a chance. You also shouldn't. Also, just point blank. If they do win, my TV will be off.
The MVP says it.
Yes, but hey, listen, he's the quarterback of a winning team in the Super Bowl. There's a chance.
But McCaffrey runs for 150. And
what if he doesn't?
All right.
What if he split it amongst the skill players?
I understand that. That's a deal.
Yeah. I can't have it. That guy, could you imagine that guy on like the news shows tomorrow morning? It'd be Disgraceful.
Yeah, he'll be all over the place.
It's
Yeah, I
awful.
can't. No. We need the Chiefs to win. So
A victory tour, Brock Purdy victory tour.
Mike English, I'm sorry, man. You uttering the words "Go Niners" is just disgusting to me. Let's go back to the phone. Let's go to Glenn in Wallingford. What up, Glenn?
Hey, what's going on, boys?
What's up, man?
Hi, listen. As much, and it's funny because Brock Purdy should be a guy that people root for, like total underdog, Mr. Irrelevant. But the fact that, listen, I don't know how, but like the 49ers became such, again, and I don't even think it's the fact that we're, Eagle fans, but the fact that they've become such an unlikable team very, very quick. And I don't even think it's just a Philadelphia bias. I think it's like a national thing. A lot of people just are like, dude, the 49ers, they talk too much. They don't shut up. They whine.
I will say I do believe it's a Philadelphia thing, and only because I always talk about these random PR emails I get. One of them was like, who are the most hated teams in the NFL? And like the Chiefs were up there, the Eagles were up there, the Cowboys were up there. The 49ers were low on the list.
Really? Well, listen, I guess maybe it is because they are just so unlikable. I like, McCaffrey when he was like with the Panthers, and now I hate him, right? I guess it just has something to do with the team that you're on. But, it's funny, with the Chief fatigue, and you were kind of touching on it there for a second. The other big difference is that, the Chiefs obviously the Chiefs beat us in a big game, but you had the Spygate thing kind of tied around it too. So everyone was like, oh, well, that's BS. And then Goodell, burns the tapes. And we're like, well, if it wasn't that bad, why didn't Goodell burn the tapes?
Right.
So there was a lot of that into it. So, listen, at the end of the day, man, I just got to hang my hat on the buyout market and that Joel Embiid's healthy in about a month and a half.
Yeah, that's what we're holding on to. Now, before I let you go, Glenn, what Vegas landmark will be seen first?
Oh, the Sphere.
The Sphere is the heavy favorite. Thanks for the call, Glenn. That's what I figured. The Sphere is at -150. However, the second one might be the play. The welcome to fabulous Las Vegas sign. When you're welcoming into the broadcast. Now, the Sphere, you could do the Goodyear blimp.
Yeah, it's the aerial shot that might get you.
That could see the Sphere. Now, does that count? I don't know. What is it? Does it have to be a shot of one specific thing? Or does that have to be the aerial shot? Now, if it's the aerial shot, the broadcaster's going to mention the Sphere.
Yeah, but the aerial shot, to set it, if the Sphere's in it, that's got to count. Because that's the landmark that they're, like if they show City Hall in an aerial shot for Philadelphia.
Right. It probably has to be the Sphere. They put in so much money into this thing, and they did it this year probably for a reason, going up to this year. But I do wonder if the Welcome to Vegas one's pretty big. The Bellagio fountains were third. The Eiffel Tower at Vegas, who cares? It's not Paris. Like, what are we doing here?
Oh, it's going to be shown, though.
Why? It's not the actual Eiffel Tower. Like,
No, it's not the actual Eiffel Tower. I don't know, man. You've driven up to Penn State before. You got the fake Statue of Liberty. You point it out every time you drive past it. It's not the real one.
I'm not allowed at Penn State.
What?
All right, hold on. I got two more for you before we go back to the phones.
So much about you. I just got a question here.
Will Taylor Swift be seen during the national anthem? Yes or no?
No.
No, a heavy favorite at -400.
It's about the players on the field.
Is it?
I don't know. I'd be honest with you. I know a lot of people, like, I'm mostly buried in the stopwatch for the anthem.
I got you.
I'm not really catching who they cut to, so I don't really have a good idea.
Obviously, they do the close-up of the Andy will be shown, Shanahan will be shown, Purdy will be shown.
Cheers from a head coach
Mahomes.
this season. Yes or no?
I have that bet here in front of me.
No way.
I do.
Wow, that's great.
Yes or no?
No.
I agree.
Been there before.
And so do the odds at -1,500.
Okay, so what's the yes bet?
+600.
Okay, so what we need to do, someone needs to cut onions, and we need to insider work this, and I need a yes. Let's get Shanahan to cry.
All right, hold on. Will Reba McEntire singing the national anthem, forget or omit a word during the national anthem?
Ooh. No.
Me too. Minus 3,000.
Okay. Well, now
Yes is plus 900. Let's go back to the phones. Let's build our SGP after this. Let's go to Uncle Frank. What's up, Uncle Frank?
Happy Super Bowl Football Friday, friends.
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm great, buddy boy. How are you? Everybody well?
Everybody's great.
Health as well, I got to tell you. So, before I get to my point, full disclosure, Josie, full disclosure, I can't confirm nor deny, but I might have watched the Katy Perry halftime show.
I knew you. Yeah, see, you're full of it.
I was a big fan.
Understandably so. She's got the eye of the tiger.
I'm embarrassed. So, regarding the eel, there were some moves that confounded me. I love the Buddy Hield, and I'm not concerned about, giving up 3 second-rounders. And I think there's more to do. There's more coming from him with the buyout. And then let me switch lanes. Let's go to the Super Bowl. Are you guys surprised that the Niners are favored? Because I am.
No, I'm not surprised. San Francisco is more talented. I think Kansas City might be the better overall team. I mean, look at how many times they've been in the Super Bowl, right? Like, they have Andy Reid. They have the better quarterback.
They got the coach, the quarterback, the defense.
But overall talent, San Francisco still has more talented players defensively than the Chiefs do.
Yeah. That's a good word.
So I'm not surprised, but I'm still taking the Chiefs.
I like the Chiefs. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but
I've been saying it the last couple of weeks now. Thanks for the call, Uncle Frank. That I think the Chiefs win the game, and I think the under hits. The over/under is 47.5. I don't think there's going to be a ton of scoring. You know what the 49ers do offensively. Yeah, they get some big plays out of Debo and Brandon Ayuk. They take shots downfield, but they run the football a lot. And the Chiefs' defense is good enough where I don't know if they're going to allow that many big plays. The Chiefs don't have talented wide receivers. They have Travis Kelce, who every once in a while will go downfield. And then they have Isaiah Pacheco and their ground game and stuff underneath. I think the clock's going to be ticking a lot in this game. And I don't think it's going to be many quick drives. I think the touchdown drives will all be like 9, 10, 11, 12 play drives. So that's why I've been saying Chiefs win under in the game. And then I like my Travis Kelce over receptions bet. So let's do this, right? Let's build our SGP. So I think for this weekend, for the fun of it, I might build an SGP with a winner and then one without, like just all props. Because I don't want to have to be. I don't want my parlay to end because of a result that I'm not happy with.
Are you calling it an emotional hedge?
I don't feel totally comfortable that the Chiefs win. That's just my pick. Like, the 49ers very well could win this game. They're very talented. I just hate them.
Yeah, I don't think I've really let myself accept the world in which the 49ers win the Super Bowl.
Right.
I'll be honest with you. I'm trying to think where the moment, like, I think after the Dallas game when I came in here and I was in a bad place with the Eagles and, like, leading into that Seahawks game where I was really in the dark place with the team and we did the Overreaction Tuesday, like, that was probably amongst the more disastrous straits I've been in because I didn't expect them to win the playoff game. That post-NLCS, like, Monday is a very strong chance to be a very, very dark day for.
Oh, it could be.
For the narrative and for just me in general.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to prepare you for that.
Okay.
Because I don't really think I've accepted the fact of what could happen.
All right. The SGP. Let's start with touchdown scores. Christian McCaffrey, interesting. Down to minus 210. Usually it's
down.
I know, right? Isn't that crazy? It's been in the 300s, though. Anyone stick out to you that will score a touchdown? I like Pacheco to get into the end zone. They're not afraid to use him down in the goal line. It's not the old Andy Reid.
No, I like that one. I've been trying to find the non-Kelce receiving option I feel most comfortable with this Chiefs team.
Well, Rashee Rice would be.
Well, Rice is right there.
Yeah.
Part of me also was a little tempted to go a little long shot, but I'm not going to do that on our parlay. But the Noah Gray anytime touchdown may be an individual slip that gets placed. I'll say it.
Okay.
I'm a little wild right now. I don't know what to do with it.
All right, I'm going to put Pacheco and Rice down.
All right.
Now, obviously, San Francisco will score.
I mean, do we just throw McCaffrey in there? Like,
kind of have to.
I feel like I know it's not going to help us out a ton, but
unless you feel comfortable going McCaffrey 2 touchdowns.
McCaffrey first touchdown. McCaffrey
Yeah, no, I don't want my parlay ending in the first quarter.
That's fair.
If it doesn't
It's a
hit.
good point. Hey, listen.
All right, so McCaffrey,
Host has a
Pacheco,
point.
Rice. Anyone else?
None. You got the under, right? We can't be throwing all these points around like
That's
this.
a good point. Under, and then I put Kansas City money line. All right. So we got 5 legs already.
5.
Our $10 bet already has us at 417.
Wow, we are just great.
Well, because it's the 3 touchdowns.
No, we are good at this. That's what this is.
Yeah, if you get a high payout, you're good at it. It doesn't matter if it actually hits or not.
No, we are. I see all of these hitting at this point. I can't imagine how this one loses.
All right. Let's see. Let me look up how this has gone for him. Patrick Mahomes is over-under for passing yards is 262. He has only hit that 3 times since the start of December, the over.
All right, so let's go to those Pacheco rushing yards.
I'm going under Mahomes passing yards.
Ooh.
Control the clock. Rushing yards, Pacheco 67.5. Now let's see. Because could that be one of those, let's play it safe and get it down to 50? Yeah, actually 97 against the Bills, 89 against the Dolphins, 68 last week against the Ravens, and that's a good defense. I'll play it safe. I'm going to go alt. I'll
over
go
50?
Over 50.
Okay.
What's that all about? Uh-huh.
Hey, listen, I'm paying attention here.
I got to put my receptions. Where's my Travis Kelce?
6.5?
Over 6.5.
Yeah, I know you're.
I've been saying it all week. Like I can't all of a sudden just.
So I'm interested. What you think of the Kittle 3.5
receptions?
Mm-hmm. I know this is becoming a spite thing for me, so I'm not going to put this on our parlay. But I kind of want to go the under 3.5. Just so David Carr.
I wouldn't take the over.
No, I'm not going to take.
There's some weeks where he's not even used in the offense. It's specifically to block, and he's tremendous at it. Right? Like he is very good at it.
Again, I'm not going to take it, but I want to do the under just so David Carr has an awful weekend. Strictly for that.
All right. Well, you do you.
I'm not going to on this parlay.
Debo over under 4.5 receptions. The only problem is they also like to utilize him in the rushing.
60.5 is his over under for rushing. Not that I've looked or anything.
60?
16. 16.5.
Interesting.
And his receiving plus rushing is 79.5.
Oh, that could be one play.
That's a tantalizing play right there.
All right, so right now, Pacheco, Rice, McCaffrey, anytime touchdowns, under 47.5, KC money line. Mahomes under 262 passing yards. Pacheco 50+ rushing yards. Kelce over 6.5 receptions. $10 bet gets you $1,500.
Wow.
Debo.
My landlord would like that.
Debo, the player rushing plus receiving yards of 79.5. You add that, $10 bet gets you $3,100.
All right.
Lock it in right there.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
You know, Mr. Landlord, here you go.
That's the 9-legger.
I love it.
You know, and then the question is, if you wanted to try to make it 10, what would you do? But I don't know if I want to go to 10. Let's see here. Is this even worth it? No, it's not worth it. All right, that'll be it. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Pacheco, Rice, McCaffrey touchdowns under 47.5. Kansas City money line. Mahomes under his passing yards. Pacheco 50+ rushing. Kelce over and receiving receptions. And Debo's over of rushing plus receiving yards. A $10 bet would win you $3,100. All right. Happy Super Bowl Sunday, everybody.
Wow. Yeah, that's a wrap for us.
That's it. I mean, we are.
By the way, Kelce doesn't need to know Taylor Swift songs.
Oh, yeah. We didn't get to that
with
you. No, he doesn't need to.
No. I mean, I'm just saying that now just so I can get, my thought on the record.
Now, shame on the reporter? putting him on the spot. Now, I know the Super Bowl Sunday reporters are not just about, how you feel about going in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he actually had to kind of anticipate something was going to come up. Him freezing there was more the tough part, because it does seem like, oh, man, I should know this. I don't want him to go on the offensive and be like, well, does she remember what route I scored a touchdown on in week 2? Because, there's certain things, like you said, I once, I didn't know what my significant other did. I didn't understand that.
Right.
You got people that say, oh, I do this. It's like, I don't know what that is.
Right, exactly.
Went out with a consultant. Consultant for what? What do you consult? I don't know this.
I don't know. It's just
the nurse thing. You don't know what the nurse does.
There's a million things she does. I don't know all of them.
Right, exactly.
And she has a million songs with a million lyrics.
Right, exactly. And he's played in a million games.
Yeah. Does she know his route tree?
Yeah, exactly.
How about that?
We don't need.
It's always about bringing down the man.
Right, now you've gone too far. I'm gonna distance myself from the end of this conversation.
All right, one more. This I think has to be a lock, but it's plus money. Will Reba McEntire be wearing a cowboy hat? It's the national anthem. You have to remove your cap. To me, no is the lock, and it's plus 150.
That is, but they
you got to show respect to the country, to the flag.
Say fans, remove your hat.
I don't know. Oh, Stapleton did wear a hat last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it. Enjoy yourself on Sunday. Be safe. Have fun. Best show ever coming your way next, right here. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
An active deadline for the 76ers. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Discover. Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a game-changing checking account with cashback. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC. The 76ers made a couple of deals yesterday at the NBA's trade deadline. First off, they acquired Buddy Hield from the Pacers for Marcus Morris, Furkan Korkmaz, and 3 second-round picks. The 76ers traded Daniel House and a second-round pick to the Pistons, and that one going to give them a little roster flexibility as they begin to attack the buyout market. The name they've been linked to the most in the buyout market is Kyle Lowry, should he be bought out by the Charlotte Hornets. 76ers also acquired Cam Payne and a second-round pick from the Bucks in exchange for Patrick Beverley, and finally they dealt Jaden Springer to the Celtics for a second-round pick. The Sixers return to the floor tonight at 7 o'clock against the Atlanta Hawks. Catch the live call of the game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers beat the Jets 4-1 last night. Flyers jumped out early in front of the Jets, scoring 3 goals in the first period en route to their second consecutive win. Travis Konechny registered a Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period, while Ryan Poling and Morgan Frost had a goal and an assist apiece. The Flyers return to the ice on Saturday at 7 o'clock against the Seattle Kraken. Catch the live call of the game on WMMR. Of course, this weekend, it's Super Bowl weekend. Chiefs, 49ers in Las Vegas. Go Chiefs. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Batalico, and Jen Scordo. The best show ever. Listen weekday afternoons 2 to 6. The Eagles, the Phillies, the Sixers, and the Flyers. We have you covered all day, every day. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey guys, Andrew. Last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick a Desk Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2, and you can play along. Just choose if Gronk will make or miss and get your free pick in right now. If you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Get in on all the action when Gronk takes his shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether your team make or team miss, just head to the FanDuel Sportsbook app to get your pick in. It's free. Then tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. New to FanDuel? Just visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic to sign up and make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA, no purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This week's Pro to Watch is brought to you by Bradford White. Bradford White water heaters. They're built to be the best. Daryl Morey's got a trade deadline approaching February the 8th. That's the last date where he can put finishing touches on this roster before the playoffs. So many conflicting opinions as to what the missing piece for the 76ers roster could be. Is he going to swing for the fences by adding a superstar? Is that going to involve unloading the expiring contract to Tobias Harris? Do they need just a tweak? Buckle up. The rumors are going to be flying.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Hi, Leif Erickson for SnowCountry.com, brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. Visit Allstate.com or call for a quote today. Milder weather and softening snow is a great combination and a big green light to head to the slopes and ski just about any trail you want with a must-ski weekend.